Hello, welcome to another episode. It's not episodes, but you know what I mean. Another Real Love Guitars, and welcome to Tuesday night at the workshop. Yes, it's a pattern, isn't it? Nights. I'm a late riser, but I also get my social media, my communication stuff done in the daytime, and Claire and I get to spend a bit of time together. And it just works out better for me to do the evenings up here, or as long as it takes, however long I've got to do a particular job or series of jobs. So it might be more of the day and evening if I've got an awful lot on. But at the moment it's pacing pretty nicely at 3 or 4 hours an evening at the moment, just ticking over very nicely, which is a nice pace. I quite like that. So, what do we got here? We've got made in Japan 1980s Telecaster of the Fender flavour. We've got lots of close-up cameras. Let's bring down the wandering close-up, because this is worth a flyover. So he unplugs the power thing and carries on flying. Right. So, cut to close-up. Now this old Telecaster, you can see that the neck is original. I think it's a 7.25 vintage radius, but it's got that very thin, sorry, can't my finger. It's got that very thin fingerboard, relatively thin fingerboard on it. It's got quite narrow, skinny-ish frets. You can see the fingerboard's been well played. Well, it's got quite a lot of life. It's not got too much corrosion in it. It's got quite a bit of goo still on there. The familiar Japan era split post tuners, metal string tree, which we can do without, and one piece pick guard with some rusty screws. This now has a a compensated saddle Wilkinson bridge, which is obviously not original. I expect the plate is original. I think we may have a later edition in this. I'm not sure if they came with those sunken electro socket things in the first place, which were held in by that nasty metal clip. But anyway, much better that it's got one of those. Through stringing, quite a few little chips and dents here and there, but add to the good old mojo, made in Japan. And then that lovely MIJ headstock feel with a rounded back here and plenty of dings, with the original looking unmarked tuners. I had these on my JV Squire, identical to that. So, and it's double bound, of course, which is not a bad thing, and it's a lovely sunburst. And I think looking at it, it's a one piece. Oh no, sorry, what am I talking about? It's a 3-piece body. One piece. Looking there for a centre join, of course, they're right there. 3-piece body. I think after the aftermarket, as you call it, Schaller type strap lock things. But it's a chunky neck. It's a nice thing. You can see there's hardly any. Sorry about the flash. Hardly any thin down here. So it's a good old-fashioned neck. Now, what we'll probably find is a curved nut slot, which is okay because I've got some curved nuts. There's a bit of a shrinkage, I think, or something on this plate because it's kind of come away to reveal a fair gap there. The downside is the heel-ended adjustability. But anyway, this thing is down, come over from Northern Ireland for a refret and a replacement set of pickups. These are from Radio Shop pickups. It's going to get a not stamped, but it's a non-Wilkinson branded, which is what David wanted, but also 6 individual brass tuners bridge. It's a good quality thing. That came from Axes R Us actually for 25 quid. The nearest thing, the Fender version, was a lot more, or Goto version. Fender and Goto were a lot more, and they didn't have the individual brass bridges. Fresh pots, probably long. I've got long shaft here, which I could probably switch out with some I've got knocking around, which are short shaft. Anyway, but the hardware here is nickel, as are these new knobs, as is a new control plate. This is a Fender chrome thingy that he wants, and I've got some symptoms frets. These are actually they're an elite series. They're a bit harder than the regular type, and they happen to be radiused at, I think, 7.25, which is fine, but I would have bent them flat and re-radiused them if necessary. So what we're going to do is going to refret the neck. The frets aren't going to be massively higher, they're going to be a bit higher, just because they're not worn, but I've aimed for the same feel on this as before. We're going to replace or change the pickups, swap them over. We're also going to switch this around and switch the pot, the volume and the tone, so that we go volume, tone, lever, a more conventional setup or a more useful setup. And we're going to change some rusty scratch plate screws and things there as we go. So that's the work for this thing. What I'd like to do is, I think I might order one, is get a tusk string tree for that. I've got some white ones, but I think it's sort of demanding a black one by the looks of it, which I'm out of at the moment. So all close up your camera, you go there, you go there. So yeah, all in all, it's got a lovely vintage feel. That neck is very familiar to me. That feels quite like my JV neck, but it's a very nice vintage Fender feel, I should say Fender Japan feel, really. I don't know whether these are the original pickups that came with this, but we shall see. We'll change the nut and replace it with a Tusk one. I don't know, this is possibly... No, actually, this will be the original nut after all those years, so we don't know what they would have used. Probably some... I can't remember what that hard plastic they used is called. There's a special name for it. But anyway, we shall get on and change that. So the question I'm going to look at here, one of the questions for me is, when I look at and by the way, I won't make this decision on my own, but one of the questions that I'll put to David is, when I've got the frets out, do we lightly re-radius this board? I mean, it's dirty, so we can clean it, or do we go with the original kind of vintage look? If you re-radius it, you get a completely fresh, brand new looking fingerboard. If you leave it original, there's benefits in my book, of re-radiusing it, just cleans it up. But what you can then guarantee better is a perfectly level, as near level as possible surface to put your new frets on. If you leave it as it is, you're kind of working with whatever the neck is currently doing, including if there are any sort of little hillocks of gunge. Obviously you can light sand that off without changing the shape, but one way of guaranteeing a much cleaner fingerboard, or a more consistent fingerboard, is to re-radius it. But it all depends on whether the customer is happy for that to look new, or whether they want the original sort of worn look of the fingerboard. So this is really, we're going to really strip this down to nothing. There's no need or point doing anything about setting it up right now, because we're going to take just about it. In fact, we're going to take everything off it. So this is a tear down of a 1980s Fender Telecaster, made in Japan. We'll get to see the innards. I'm not an expert in any particular kind of guitar, so the people out there will know 1,000 times better than me whether the innards, certain bits, are original or not. I've seen a few, and I'll have an idea of it. I'm not really even going to worry about the current playing action. What I can do, just before I take the strings off, I'll just have a look, sight down the neck, and see what we see with the tuned to pitch. Just want to kind of get a visual of the shape of the neck, although that can often be quite uneven without you being able to see it. mean dead in that you could turn the thing and it doesn't appear to tune it or detune it, which is never good. It's the nut grabbing hold of the strings, unfortunately. I mean, just out of interest right now, if I mean, this guitar is what David will be used to, and right now it's running a three and a bit millimeters action. I probably will write this down actually. Three and a bit and 3, which is pretty high. Some people like it that way, so that's not a problem if that's what he wants. Right, so we'll put, sorry about this, made in Japan, Fender Tele. We're going low E, last fret, 3 mils. Sorry, what did I say? 3 point. Yes, low E was 3.5, wasn't it? 3.5, high E, 3. There is a fair amount of relief on the neck. I would say that's about 0.7 of a millimeter, but I'll have to just check again just to be sure. It's a curious thing. What do I say? I'm guessing at 0.7. Let's get 0.7 up here, 0.7. Sorry if the angle isn't any good for one or other of the cameras. It's always going to be that way. Let's have our, what you call it, capo. Halfway point. Maybe I'm overestimating it a bit. But I say 0.7. I'm also running out. I can't see the things on here. These are impossible to mark. You have to keep redrawing the numbers on them if you want to keep track of what they are. Okay, so that's not as high as I anticipated. I'd say it's about 0.5 just at a glance, which is higher again than I would probably want, but again, it depends on playing style. So obviously I'll have a check back with David about this when I put the first pictures up of the refretting process. Okay, so let's have a look what we've got in first fret action. We've got, it's uneven for a start, but we've got quite a bit of clearance. So I would say it's about 0.6 on the first fret. A couple of variations, it's a bit lower on the G, sorry, on the D. But yeah, so it's above what I would ideally want. But there we go. So we have a story getting away. We've got a load of things. I need to make up one of these. Notes to self. We've got our Tusk supply store over here. We've got a curved one, and we've got a flat bottomed ones. 52, 51, is that one or other of those? Yeah. So, yeah, we'll replace that, but I'll do that. That will come after the refret is done. So first thing, I guess, will be to take off the neck. We'll pull the frets. I will send a message to David and check in about the re-radiusing or not. Park that while we wait for an answer, if it takes any time to get an answer in. Then we can look at the hardware part of it and change out the pickups and get that all that good stuff ready. We'll need to realistically rewire the plate under here, because when you turn it round and you move the pots around, they're usually wired up in a certain way that there isn't a lot of wire. And if you move them around or spin the thing, you either have to You either have to extend wires, or if you don't like the kerfuffle of doing that because it's a bit messy with heat shrink bits and pieces, then you potentially just want to rewire it, because you can keep it cleaner putting it in its new format. So I'm going to keep hold of these strings because they will come in handy for fret leveling after the refret. As I've probably said 1 trillion times already on various videos, you almost always have to precision fret level after a refret, and that really is regardless of how good you are or careful you are. It seems to be a sort of relatively crude process when it comes down to it, the whole business of refretting. I've got reasonably good at it, and I still probably wouldn't get more than 1 in 20 or 25 refrets good enough to just play. And it isn't really a skill thing, it's because it's a crude process at the best of times. You only have to press down on the press over there by a fraction more on one than the other to have a fret that sits lower. Or if you, let's say you haven't radiused the fingerboard, you might find that, or even if you have, you might find that the frets just don't sit quite in the same place. Once you've put the neck under load with the string loading, that is something that I found definitely happens. The string loading puts a longitudinal compression onto the neck, which causes the frets to behave or to sit in just slightly different places than if you'd done the leveling with the neck slack and flattened out with no strings on. So you can guess that's one of the reasons why I like the banana fret leveling method, because it levels with that compression at play instead of reintroducing it after you've leveled, which then throws the frets very slightly out from where ideally the level you thought you had. So for those reasons and many others, including how crude it is as a basic process, it's nigh on impossible to get a dead straight play, straight off the fretting press playable action. You do need, vast majority of the time, you need to also precision level the frets, which is no big deal in some ways, since we're kind of going to do that anyway as part of any setup. So it's the refret cost includes the setup, the full setup cost, which includes precision fret leveling, unless it's on the rare eventuality that a guitar comes in with the frets actually level enough to play all the notes cleanly and all the bends without any buzz or choking. Then, occasionally that does happen, and there's no reason to level when that happens. So the customer saves a bit of money and a little bit of fret metal saved. Whether that's because somebody has leveled the frets prior to the guitar coming to me, or whether the factory did it well enough or leveled them at the factory stage, I don't know in many cases. Sometimes I can see telltale signs that it's been leveled, and sometimes you can see it's been leveled, but it still requires leveling according to the method I use. And I think the difference between the two tends to be that difference in technique that I spoke about. Now this one is not going to work. This damn thing is now going to break, this high E, unfortunately. So that's going to pose a problem. I may have to find one up in my spares, which is an absolute pain because I'm constantly on the lookout for spare high E strings to do fret leveling, or act as sacrificial strings, I should say. So I think I'm going to need. Look at that! I didn't even notice that. That one's put through the top. So on top of everything else, that's not going to be even close to long enough to reach if it fits through the body. Did I put that string in there? No, I haven't. No, I don't think it broke as soon as I picked it out of the case. So I will need a replacement 9 or 10 for this one. So when it comes to the fret leveling point, I'll just put these over here. Right. Oh, look at this. Well, for this point, there's no point in having the neck on for doing the refret. I want it on when it comes to doing the fret leveling for sure. But right now, it doesn't need to be on. So let's try the torque levels. 4, 3. Wow. Blimey, those were very loose. In fact, as loose as 2, possibly even less. So. Worth making a note of that, really, just out of interest. Like to kind of see where they sit. So, plate, neck plate, bolts, torque, so to speak, less than 2, or 2 or less. Ruby. Now, as we take the neck out of this pocket, flip it over, and let's see what we've got. We've got a cardboard shim in there. We've got a Telecaster 62B, this is called, if you can see. And we've got the truss rod adjusted down in this end. Now, one of the things that before somebody really goes and invests money in refretting, there we go, a kind of interesting little piece of cardboard, which we could use again, but we don't necessarily have to. One of the things, what was I going to say? What was I going to say? Oh yes, before we do put any too much time and money into a guitar like this, is to, on behalf of the owner, is to just double check that the truss rod works. If it doesn't, then we could be in a sort of dodgy area. Now, this is interesting. It's got a little bit of twist in it, this neck, but not enough to spoil the play, I would say. It isn't much at all, but it's just a hint. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, to start off with, I'm going to go undo. Right? Now, this probably has the type that just undoes and then falls off if you carry on doing it. So undoing it, I can see it's a little curved. We've got some curvature, some relief. For pulling out the frets, what I really would like is the truss rod tightened up. I'd like the neck in a sort of humped position. And actually, it isn't doing anything right now. So that's interesting. Let's switch to a beefier thingamajig, if it will fit. Not quite. Let's go on down from that. Okay, so I'm going to put a bit of pressure on that. And leave it sit here for a while. I'm not sure whether that's really responding, and that would be a kind of important consideration from the off. If it's not responding, we may not have much control over it. So it had 0.5 or 6, excuse me, 0.5 or 0.6 millimeters of relief. It may be so because there isn't any way of controlling it. I don't know that for sure. So I'm just thinking out loud, but it could be that's why it had that much relief. We won't know until can I get my finger in that place? Thank you. Won't know until we let it, see if it adjusts at all. Right, come along. Thank you. Now I've done a brilliant job of hiding the little screws. So I'm taking these off because part of the thing is that when it comes to refretting, I'm going to want to clamp the neck gently down onto some rubber pads to keep it in place. So I don't want the tuners on at the moment. I will have them back on, obviously, to do the bits I have to do, which is refit it, string it up with sacrificial strings and do the fret leveling. But in the meantime, it's best that they're off. It also gives me a chance to look at the condition of the headstock, see if there are any splits or bits that are damaged in any way. Not because there are any particular fixes that you want to do if there are minor splits, but just so that the owner of the guitar knows what's kind of under there, because sometimes it's always just interesting. It may have been something they bought from a previous owner, or if it is, then sometimes you reveal things that are an unpleasant surprise. Sometimes, not always. Okay, so that's that. Let's just double check this neck. Yeah, it's yeah, as I might have guessed, it's bent backbowed, or slightly backbowed on one side. It's a little bit less responsive on this side, which is always a weird thing. But there's not a lot we can do about it. It does what it does, and that's the end of it. Sometimes people have an idea that, it's not bending the way I'd like it to bend. Can we whip off the fingerboard and replace the truss rod? And that is a hellishly undesirable task, I can assure you. You really don't want to be doing it. Now, what I do want to do on this here is I do want to remove this nut. Let me just check something first. Just double check the spacing on either or of these. Yeah, that's good. As it happens. And so is that one, whichever it is, flat or curved. So to get the nut to come up, we're going to need to make a small incision in the finish on both sides, and that is something you just have to do. There's no simple way around it. To get the nut out, you have to cut the finish, and the finish is quite thick, so it is going to result in I don't know whether you call it a splitting or a bit of finish coming off. You can't just get a straight line. You can follow the line of the nut, but whether that's going to play ball with you or not is anybody's guess. So what I tend to do is get something, rubber or something, excuse me, put it down on here, and what I'll often do is I will hold the blade still, and I'll turn the piece against the blade, which gives me a straighter cut than if I was pulling the blade by hand, because the neck will rotate kind of more of a straight line. And we'll do the same here, and then we'll go over the square bottom part again. Now we can always add some finish to this again to cover over the replacement nut if that's what we want to do. There's a kind of big gouge on here which is just part of the mojo, so we could fill that with a bit of if we're putting finish over the top of here, we could fill that with some glue boost and just lacquer over the top of it afterwards. I can't remember, somebody more expert in these details will know than me what the finish is on these. I'll have a look before I get to that stage, but I think it's poly because I remember the very thick, crunchy poly on my Squire JV from that era. Now this nut is already lifting off, so I'm just kind of breaking the seal on the button. And here it comes. Well, it started to move. It's been very helpful. It's the very smallest of screwdrivers. So nice tight fit. It's probably helped to stay in by a fair bit of gunge over the years. Okay, so plastic. What is the name of that stuff I saw? They sell little blocks of it if you want to do your Fender guitars. Somebody will tell me what it is, but I've bought a nut made of that stuff before. Now what I'm just going to do is tap out this last little bit with a flattish blade, screwdriver blade. And I don't really need anything particularly skillful to do it. There we go. Thinner one, magnetic. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. There we go. So that's come out as a flat bottomed slot. Curiously, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So that tells us which of these we're going to use. This one. Now I'll take it out, but I'm not gonna fit it just yet. Oh, that's interesting. This is curved, so maybe am I crazy? Is it curved? Do you know what? It has a slight curve on it. Keep that one. Switch over. Should have just looked at the original. Okay, so that will be our replacement. Probably will be fraction 2 thick. We can double check with that microscopometer. 306. 325. Okay, so we will need to do a very small amount of filing. Sanding is the word I'm looking for. Okay, so that's backbowed a little bit. That's nigh on. No, it's got a tiny backbow in it. I'll give it that much, but it's not the most responsive neck I've ever seen. let's hang it here for a minute because we can do the fret pulling on here. Right, so we've got our little box of little fiddly bits removed. Let's just move those things out of the way. Right, so the strap buttons are on nice and firmly. We're not going to do anything to the body. We will need to take all of this out, so it's better to take the jack socket out. If I can think where I've put the thing. We'll take the jack socket out, cut it off just now, and resolder it when we come towards the final game. But I'll get once we're under the hood, I'll get the close-up camera and you can see inside the cavities. And you'll sort of get a sense of whether it's all original or whether it's been modified. The wires look pretty old, they're barely hanging on actually. That's interesting. I'll cut these here and if you can see if we can get a close-up of this. Where's the camera? Stay still, come on. Rusty soldery joints there, can you see? Refocus please, thank you. So what we can also do is take off these knobs. We shan't be using these. these will become spare. Right, come on. You do want to come off, don't you? That's interesting. Yeah, I couldn't get that grub screw out much more. I mean, they're nice, decent quality chrome knobs, but we're going for same style but in nickel to go with the plate and the bridge. There we go. Take the tip of the thing off, which came off a bit too easily. Let's take the scratch plate screws out. Now this, let me just do something here. This is fitted to the wood, so it's in a fixed position, which I noticed when I played it earlier on, it was actually very low down relative to the strings, so it kind of made the output seem quite low. I'm going to just make a note of that because it's one of those pain in the butt things that you can't adjust once you've come on, I just want to get these things out. Would you help me? You can't really adjust once you've covered it over with a scratch plate. So we have single coil height of 5mm above surface, which we have to aim for again. The alternative is to put a screw fitting in here and use side fixings to hang the pickup to allow it to be adjusted at a later point. Again, that's one of the questions I'll put to David shortly. Okay, so nice old-fashioned material that. So here we are, screwed in place. As I say, we know how far down it is, so that's good. We'll take this off now. And then we will let us extend these that way so we can reach the mounting screws. These Wilkinson bridges are pretty good. I think it's just offending David that it's a good old-fashioned Fender neck and body and it's not saying Fender on the plate. I think I could imagine that this has probably been replaced because somebody has quite rightly figured that the Wilkinson bridge with the pre-compensated saddle arrangement is an improvement on the original, which if the original was in 3 pairs of 2, 3 pairs of 3 pairs, 3 pairs of 2, if the original was in 3 pairs, then this, whatever that word is, compensated thing would be a better bet. These screws have been a bit gnarled, but we don't get any new ones with our setup on our new bridge. It becomes just the bridge, so we'll still need to use one of these again. Okay, so there we have the single coil. I'll just remove the screws here. This is a bit of a pain one. Never quite enough room to fit a big chunky screwdriver in, but I think it's gone in. Long screw for the front pickup, neck pickup, I should say. Okay, we'll get down to the close-ups in a minute. So these are standing on springs under here, which I'll pull out in a second. Okay, so here, wow, flimsy. Okay, so what I'm going to do, because it's an unfamiliar switch really, I'm going to just mark up what's where on the switch. Now, you might think that's, you may recognize that approach because you may be like me and you want to be sure of what's what. We've got 3 on top and 4 on the bottom. And we've got the neck, so So 1 and 2, out there is neck plus bridge. Sorry, the black goes to ground, that's good. This one here is yellow, goes to there and there. So this is white in this case, this is yellow, and that's bridge hot. That means we've got the output is the middle one here, and that goes out to, in this case, okay, this goes to a treble bleed circuit by the looks of it. Is that a treble bleed capacitor across the two poles? It normally is, but there's no resistor, so I don't know how that works. So we'll just mark that goes across to position 1. So what I'll do is I'm going to draw these out because it's an unfamiliar way of laying out the circuit, so I want to reproduce it. I could do it a more familiar way, but it's not about me putting my what I'm comfortable with into place. It's about copying what's there, or replicating what's there. So these are my bits and pieces. My output from the switch comes to number 1, which also doubles across in the sort of traditional time-honoured way to the tone. The tone, this one comes across from middle capacitor to that one, which also goes to ground on top of there. Capacitor. Middle one is output, as you'd expect. Middle lug from the tone, from the volume, is output to the jack. Get some black ones here. So the neck light goes to there, that goes to there, to there, to there. Bridge goes to there. Good, good, good. And we take one off there, that goes to the jack, both of them. And we've got this little miniature capacitor. How many thingies is it? 102 is it? 0.01. 0.01. And that little capacitor goes between lug 1 and 2. So capacitor, ground leg. Oh, it goes between 1 and 2, doesn't it? So it's not really a ground leg. Okay. Right. Good. So those are all mapped, so I know what is there and I can copy that. So what I'm going to do right now is I am going to just cut these wires. We'll remove the pickups. Okay. There's pickups original as well. That's not standard. That's a bit of a spring from a peg or something that's been put into service. In fact, it's got absolutely no compression capability at all. Here is our whole lot we're taking out. So basically, we're removing the whole of that. Now, what you see straight away, we should do a little fly around. Oh God, I've left your battery. How lovely. Okay, fly around. So you can notice, well, now, eagle eyes, what do you notice? That's right, there isn't one, because you know why? It's grounded via this bit here. Right, gotcha. I was thinking, why is there not a ground wire? But there isn't, because it's grounded via the plate on there. But what we haven't got is any, that's shielding stuff. So we could shield this before we put it all back together again. Yeah, we can very well do that. Okay, so nothing too remarkable about this. It shows that only one pick guard's been on here, the original one by the looks of it. There's no kind of obvious telltale signs. This is very clean too, it's not been moved around too much. So I would say that they may be the original pickups, but focus in, please. I'm not entirely sure about that at all. There's no marking whatsoever. You know, you can see that the spring on that one is definitely not a spring that you'd really want to be using to keep your pickup off the ground. you want something more like that. Anyway, it's kind of academic now. I'm going to put these into some little baggies that the next ones come out of. So I think we'll take a break, and I'll send an email. Oh, actually no, before we do the break, I'll plug this back in, but we'll take out the frets because we're going to do that. That's a definite. And while I'm at it, I'll also plug this in so that we've got some power. I hope. Okay, so now we've lost the neck, so it's a shorter thing to focus in on. Right. Okay, so I've got my circuit drawn out. I know where everything goes. I know how that switch works. It's non-standard to me. Nothing on the end of that thing, that's right. Third is empty. That's doubled across to there, that's good. All the earths go to there, and that connects these pots to the plate. Right. Okay, so I'm going to move this out of the way for a minute. Over onto the soldering bench. We'll get this one back. Now, there's some interesting things about fret pulling and so on. And some of the people I respect very much in the field of setups and such like insist that let's take the pickup out here. Insist that putting water onto fretboards doesn't help. Some people say it doesn't help, and some people say it does. Kind of difficult to know. If I'm honest, so I always try to be, my experience has been I don't notice an improvement by putting water into the mix when trying to remove frets. What I have found that makes a difference is backbowing the neck. That tends to make a difference, that I've found. I would like to say that heating them up makes a difference, but actually I haven't found that to be the case. So again, difficult to say, because it's not my experience that heating it up does make a difference. Heating it up certainly melts some of the oil and grime that's under the fingerboard, under the fret, and if that helps it to come free, then that's fair enough. But whether it really does, or whether it's kind of wishful thinking, because the truth is, when we remove frets, most people are very nervous about it. We want it to, not to cause any damage or have any tear out, because that's not a good look. So one of the things I've found in the past, which I may just have a look at, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get, first of all, this thing, which is known as clamp, and I'm going to use, do I need to take these out? No, I can leave those in there. What I'm going to do, just to begin with, is I'm going to find, I haven't done it on this bench before, so if you'll excuse my French. Okay, so this neck's a little bit city-uppy, but that's okay. Now, what I'm concerned about, we've got a number of different things to hand, and a conventional tool for removing frets is this fret grabby type thing. Now, I have to say, this has become quite old over the years, and in my experience, it's not, even though it's quite a sharp edge, it's not anywhere near as effective at getting hold of the fret ends as it could be, and it may be that it's time to replace it. I found actually a simpler way, and actually quite an efficient way of getting the frets up, and I don't think you better see it up close, but what it does is it allows me to get under the fret in a way that I normally can't get with the other tool. He says that I'm not getting under the fret in this case. Actually, these are harder harder stuck down than others I come to. So what I found in the past is that I can use the blade to get under the very edge of the fret in a way that I can't get to very well with the this thing here. And this is actually breaking the blade, but with a little bit of a twist, it allows me to just lift that end. It's actually doing it okay. So I'm just getting under there and I'm just lifting the end. This, as a way of starting it, I might make up another one of these just to kind of make the point, but as a way of getting started, my concern about these types of players, even if they're new, they have a tendency to mash the end as you dig them in, because really only something as thin as this will comfortably go underneath the crown of the fret. My experience has been that you can get a sort of bit of depression, you can bend a bit hard and end up with a sort of a little kind of, not gouge exactly, I don't know what I'm looking for is, but a bit of a sort of, just a bit of damage, I suppose, on the, just round about the fret edge, the end of the fret where you've kind of pushed these in, because you find yourself having to push down really hard to get them to purchase. Now what I've found is using this technique, and obviously you notice I'm making it safe, so I've got an easy, safe thing to hold on to. But using this technique, I can get this blade right under the crown without any damage at all to the edge of the fingerboard. And all I can need to do is, once it's under there, I just give it a little twist with very careful, gentle but firm pressure, and I get to lift the end of the fret very slightly. Now, if I wanted to, that would now make fitting this under there a hell of a lot easier, which I would turn it around to get to it, but I'm sticking on this side for the time being. So I sort of discovered this when I decided to write this next ebook as a way of, sometimes it doesn't work and you just break the blade, and that's a cost of playing the game, but there you go, that's worked. The blade is 10p. There you go. I mean, that's practically pulled the fret right out. So this is, I'm more and more discovering simple ways of getting things started, that avoids the little telltale damage mark. I mean, I've looked around for other ones of these, and to be frank, they don't really seem to have it. There's no innovation in them. They are what they've always been, which is, there's a limited amount of thinness. Let's take a little chunk out of here. Time to make another one. There's a kind of ultimately a minimum thickness that you can use, and of course it's too thin really to get comfortably underneath the fret crown. So I'd rather mash up a couple of these fellas along the way in the process, and get these started in such a way that won't leave me with compressed area of fingerboard, which you may find yourself having to sand out, or if you're lucky and you're okay, we're going to re-radius, then that's not a problem, that will take care of it. But we may not be re-radiusing. Okay, so I can just see this lifting, and it's just freeing up the fret just enough to get that tool under there, if I so wish now. And it's a little twisting motion, and it's not doing anything, it's not distorting the edge of the fingerboard or anything that the other tool, that happens, but the other tools do. So you can see it takes a bit of, these are very tightly fitted, but ultimately, yes, it takes you a bit of sacrifice of these blades. But you notice there's no heat or anything. I'm just lifting them very, very slightly to give myself the chance to start. So it's an acquired technique. I show how to do it in my next ebook, but I'm showing you here. But I think the ebook might just be out before this video comes out, but either which way. So I can feel that blade going under there. All of these are now very slightly lifted. I probably just have to make one more. Well, now I use the last bit of this one just to get this end end going. This is playing a nasty game. Right, I'll probably get the regular tool under there now. So the idea of bending this neck backwards as far as it would go was to help spread the fret slots apart a little bit if possible. And it may not be possible if it doesn't go very far, then really you aren't going to get much of a assistance. But if you think about the slots there, and if you bend the neck back, the slots kind of technically should open up a little bit. Now I can use my conventional tool and possibly get an easier grip. See, I still don't like those. I hate that biting the end feeling. Let me just come back to this last one here. It's just the one I haven't got going yet. So let's get that one going. We'll use the last. These blades I buy in bulk at peanuts, so I don't mind chucking them away for this. If you follow this technique, obviously a disclaimer is it is a sharp knife. You need to satisfy yourself that the blade is manageable and safely out of harm's way. In other words, you're not going to do yourself significant damage. Okay, that's up. That's up. Okay, so it does work, this technique. I think I just, as I say, as soon as I started discovering that, or I started noticing that it was making dents or little bites at the end of the fingerboard or the end of the fret, the fingerboard near the edge, I just thought, no, I'm not going to carry on doing it that way. I've got to do it a different way. The good thing about these is I've had loads of them for other purposes, so I can always find a spare one. You might say, can you use the flat edge of this blade instead? And the answer is no. That is a sticky one. It's going to be difficult. Anyway, so that's, unless you've got a really high-tech newer one of these than I've got. But once you've got that lifted, then the rest of it becomes a very simple business of walking across with your tool. Sorry, somebody's getting blocked. Oh, you're getting a rear view. Well, I won't show that view. So there you go. Lift these out now. And as I say, without any problems, there's no tear out going on here. These look like they weren't fitted with any glue in the first place. They look like they've gone in just with the tangs holding the fret. And if I've got close to the replacement size, then we should be able to just use a little tiny bit of wood glue just to hold, a little bit of extra hold if we feel like it. Looking at this, do I want a new one of these anyway? I think I really do. But what's interesting is it's actually, after years of doing this job, this has actually distorted the ends of this thing anyway. So they don't last forever, even if they do work for you. You can see that it's pretty easy, and I'm really not having to struggle to get the bite to start at this end. I'm just gently walking them out. I still don't understand why these don't come with springs on them, because they really do need to be sprung. Now that looks like rosewood, but actually, that is a tiny bit of rosewood, but it's come out with sort of chunks of finger grease holding it together. So, slow process. Now, one of the things you can do at this point is you can do a comparison just to be on the sure side. I'll probably end up with one of these frets. I'm going to still have to make another blade to get it out, but it's not bad. Okay, so we have this wire here, and I think the tang on the replacement wire is shorter, but I think the crown is a little bit taller, which is what I aimed for. So I think we're on target for the right stuff. The right stuff. Yeah, sort of vintage feel. I'm a jumbo frets type of person, so I tend to like to put jumbos on almost everything. But it ain't the right stuff for everything. So this little bit of flaking, but not much. And there's so much grime that's built up under here. So to get this reliably smooth, to be sure that we'll get the new frets into place, I really think we need to consider we've got to sand it back a little. It may be, if a customer really wants to keep this original feel, then what I try to do is try to do sanding over the top of here only. And I've got a couple of homemade little tools or tools I can make up for the job. Very thin sanding files, effectively. So I'm going to make up another one of these blades, since I've got tons of old ones kicking around anyway. Get this done successfully. A bit more Gorilla tape. Yes, so do. Maybe these are quite flimsy actually. There may be a better brand of these than this that I'm using, but these, yeah, it works. Some of them are a bit stronger than others. That works. Feel as it goes right under the crown, which is the good part, so we know that we're getting a good start. That one's quite a tight fit, so I think that's refusing to play the game. Yeah. Come on, that'll be yeah, that one is not playing. Like another one, another temporary. We'll get there with it, just might cost a few blades in the making. But like I said, when you have frets that are nice and tightly in, the last thing you want to be doing is biting the ends to get a grip with a big tool like this. If you can get some movement in it first, then it becomes much, you can use that to do the rest of it. But let's take the ones up that we've got first. That's good. What I found is that if you work your way slowly across here with little bites, rather than yank the whole thing out in one go, you tend to get a better lift. There are I've got some little fret protector strips, but they're a bit pointless because they depend on you being able to slide the metal underneath the crown to stop tear out. But the problem is you can't get your pliers underneath the crown until you can't get the protector under there until you've lifted it some amount. You can't lift it some amount without pulling the fret up. So it's already done the damage before you can get the fret protector under there. So in my experience, it's, again, I've tried using it, but it never seemed to have produced any tangible results for an awful lot of time spent slowing everything down. But you will get very crunchy, old, gnarled end of this fretboard. Sorry, gnarled slots, you know, from all the gunge that's underneath there. Just how it's going to be after 40 years of grime accumulating. Okay, we may be heading for all of them on target. That one kind of was just enough to bite on, as you could hear. I'll double check, I'll measure the tang width as well in a minute, just to see how it compares to what we've got the replacement wire. It's a good indication if you measure the tang and they're very similar, you've got a good sense of whether this will go in, the new stuff will go in and sort of sit comfortably. It may be that if the new wire had quite significantly wider tang, you need to not only clean the slots out, but you might want to be thinking about doing it in a way that also just slightly widens it so that you fit the tang in without having to kind of fit it too tightly. That one's just about working as well. Yeah, and so there's a risk if you went, for example, from a vintage tall skinny fret a bit like this to a jumbo fret with much wider tang. If you're not careful, you could end up creating some artificial back bow in the neck by overstuffing the tang, the slot, sorry, with too much tang, and that just pushes the sides, the walls of the slot apart to fit the tang in, and then your neck kind of goes from flat to back bowed to accommodate the new extra material, which gives you a problem then, because you may not be able to control that with the truss rod or the loading of the strings. So that's your challenge. Come on, take a bite out of this one. Let's do it. Just. So that technique with the blade is something I prefer to do to get things just starting to move instead of having to force this tool down too hard on the fingerboard. So that's my preference, but you don't, obviously if you've got the tool and you can work it the way it works for you, that's great. This seems actually pretty thick for a small tang. This is a thick tang on this vintage jobby. So that's reading 74. I bet this will be 0.5 by comparison. No, it's not. Oh, that's surprising. It's about the same. That's very good. It's actually dead on. Maybe that's just par for the course. I thought it would be. I thought this would be 0.5, but it's about 0.7. Right. So there's the old fret wire. You AMSR people. I get it wrong. It's AMSR, ASMR, whichever it is. Auto sensor meridian response, something like that. Anyway, so these are going in the bin. I don't need to know any more or less about them. It's hard. Right, so that's done. Questions for David. I'm going to put them on board. Question. Fingerboard. Board. Radius. Yes or no? Just a thought. I've bought full-size pots for this. One of the things we have to be careful of, and be certain of, is that we can always fit them on this plate here, but we need to be confident that there's enough room in the control cavity to fit them in. That's sometimes you can get caught out. Another question is conductive paint. Does he want it conductive paint and grounding? Because it will require a few little leads going to and fro to ground everything, because it's because there are tunnels and channels that you can't get to. What else do I need to ask him? So just one thing, but when you're at this point, before you go any further, my recommendation is always release the slack. Slack off your truss rod again at this point, to where it'll be as flat as it can be, right? But we don't. If we do any re-radiusing of the board, we don't really want it humped. Otherwise, it will take more off in the middle than anywhere else. Just as a quick check, I'm pretty convinced it's 7.25. I would say it is. It's a little bit. Yeah, it's sort of almost exactly right. The fingerboard isn't completely even because of its age and wear. Yeah, there's some kind of slightly flat spots along the way. So it's supposed to be a 7.25. That's about the most you can really honestly say about it. It's not a compound radius, it's just an old 7.25. Okay, so I'm going to put that here, and then we're going to ask those questions. That can go over there. Now this I have to redraw this, because this is going to move. So we're going to switch that round to there, and that one's going to go to there, and that one's going to go to there, kind of thing. So we're going to change positions over. So I'll just get my head reset around that so I don't mess it up. It's a kind of simple task that can confuse me. Right, let me go off and make a couple of inquiries. I'm like a policeman, go and make a few inquiries in the village, and then I'll come back. It might be that if we're waiting for an answer, it might come back in the rewiring department. That might be the next enjoyable stage of things. Okay? All right, see you in a minute. That one's off. Oh, so I can sort of turn it around like that. I can see what I'm doing. So I've redrawn this. That's dead simple. I have to redraw it to keep my sanity. And I also need to know what goes there and there to keep my sanity. Now, what are these? So these are 473s and what a little tiny one, whatever that is. So what I'm going to do is I'm hoping you're going to be muchly in the middle of everything to see everything. I'm going to obviously, I'm going to heat up my soldering iron. I'm going to release the Kraken. Release one of these things, but I'm also going to find a 47 capacitor that looks a little bit cuter than the original. So we have that, this, that, and that. Some nice silicone wires and stuff. I suppose the thing with this is you could even do, if I can make my thing work. Oh, look at that. Cool, blimey. Yeah, well, why not? Since I'm working right there, I'll have to keep moving it now and then. So I'm going to reuse. I'm going to do something under there, really. But let's take the things off this one first. So I want the little capacitor out the back of here. So I think I'll just take off as much of this wire as we don't need. So I have a chance of heating this up and getting rid of one half of the capacitor. It's sort of difficult to do, really. That one's out. We can pull this leg out. Leg out. Very good. There we are. The DIDI capacitor out. So we know that that's going to go across the poles, across lug 1 and 2, whatever they're actually called. Now, if we're going to come out of there for a minute and we look down on the now one to be shooting at, it's that. How well will this stay in place? Kind of upside down camera work here, but as long as I keep that there, I should be able to see what's going on. There, it's good. Right, so first of all, this little chap here needs to end up, God, it's so small, needs to end up here, and I literally cannot hold the little fella. Go in there and there. So I am actually struggling to make my fingers grip this little thing. So there's our thing that goes there, and if I can just get it sticking there. Right, that's going to go in there. That look right? Yay! What I find can be very helpful for doing Telecaster circuits is a thing of tape like this. Yeah, right, now we know where we're at. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow my thing. Oh, right, before I go any further, let's pull out the wire from this here switch. I don't quite know how well that's going to come out. So that appears to be that's the output. Let's get rid of that. Sorry if you're losing vision here at the moment. That's that. And then we've got a little bit, let's just help this one out. So there's little bits of wire already put in. Little bits of wire that have been put in here to, this thing is just, won't behave. Bits of wire connecting these linked pieces, which we have to make sure stay in place when we put the new wires in. Okay, because these are the hot inputs. And we'll try and take that one out. Right. Let's get the solder sucker and let's clear out this middle one, the output. Good. Right. Okay, so that's not a very good view for where things are. Right. Okay, so we are going to have a small jump across from here to here. So let's make, what colour don't we use much of, because I'm forever not using much. We want a little bit of green. Let's go green, and we'll go across there to there. Right, that's our tone jumper. Just a bit of stripping off the end. We'll put it in the magic helping hands, and we will lose these things here for now. So the magic helping hands will hold that little wire. Now we also want one that comes from the output switch here, and let's have it green as well, just for good measure. Not because there's any logic to it, really, just because. Okay, so we'll make one of these connect up with the other one, and they'll become a single thing. So we will come along. We'll put two of these together and join them up. And both of these have to go into the number one lug. And they also have to fit in there with that little extra capacitor that's going to do the whatever that tone treble bleed thing that's going on there, if that's what it is. So sorry if you can't see this. I'm just going to join up these two. Come on. Thank you. Then we'll just tin this one this one. Okay, so these will go in there like that, as well as this little leggy here. Now that's a bit of a difficult one, so let's go in this way around, because I think that will fit. If I can. The problem when you're doing these pots on this metal, the Telecaster style plates, is that they're very shiny, so everything becomes really hard to see because I'm getting dazzled the whole time. So I've got to try. I don't know how well this is going to work. I can't even hold the damn thing. I've got to try and get this little leg. If I can not be dazzled, try and get this in here at the same time as I'm soldering that in there. Now that's good. That's no good, but that'll do for a minute. I see. Very short. Sweet. Let's get a bit more solder on here. Okay, now realistically, I don't think I may not get that little leg through. So I'm going to consolidate my position by making sure this is nicely fitted to here and everything is good at this lug. More than anything else, that's what I want to achieve. Stay there. Okay, that's in place. So I'm going to cut off the excess first, and then I'm going to coax. I'm going to first of all bend this little lug a bit, see if I can coax it to wanting to go through. Yeah, it wants to go through that lug there. Perfect. Right, we're on target. Okay, which means we can come back and we can get this little thing, which is way too long really, but that can go through there. That's our input to the tone circuit. You can see. Input to the tone circuit, input to the tone circuit on lug number 1. Roger that. Now the problem with this is when you end up under pressure like this, or the string is once it is bent, it wants to push through, and what you get is a situation where the rubber is shoved through the eye of the thing as well. So we don't want that. So I want to coax it back a little bit, which might take a little bit of that's too much hassle. A little bit of this just to hold it back like that. Gorgeous. Sorry if it's not a good view. I'm just going to strike while this particular iron is hot. So it's actually pushing it through the wrong way, but what I can do is just get it through to there, and now I can tweak it through a bit more to exactly where I want it and hold it. Get rid of the excess. Right, this one is the output from the switch, which we can run up to output land. It's a little bit gummed up and spread out there, so I'm just going to tailor it so it will go through nicely, which it does, and we can put it there. You can see it all right. And again, the truth is that's too much wire. I mean, really we want a bit less than that. When you've got the extra bit, you just create a little sort of buckle loop, that you don't really need, that will just double up somewhere and get in the way. And the main thing it usually gets in the way of is you closing up the plate and shutting the cavity down. Right, that actually went through nicely. So again, I'll put it on the side there, and I want to coax that back a little bit now. I can't think of something that's going to do the job for me. Something small and weighty, like something small and weighty. Not that. Maybe this. How will we get it in there? No, that won't work. I know. This. That's it. That will do for starters. Can you just do it a little bit? Not completely. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That'll do. It's so improvisation time, but and then of course what you can do is soften it off again and allow it to poke through a little bit more, and then let it set. Now the pickup wires are going to go into there, so I can't do them until the electrics plate is back ready to go in the body. Okay, so now we want the other thing that is called a capacitor. So look, I'm just sort of bundling this up a little bit now because otherwise it's going to be a bit in the way. I want to keep it all tucked in if we can. So now we have one coming from the center of the tone across into the last lug here, but we need a bit of a curve to get through here. So that comes through there. Okay, we're going to go up onto the roof. We could go to the side, it doesn't really matter. We want it safely out of the way of everything. The side we try not to add more width to this whole thing because we're using full-size pots anyway, which is a little bit bigger than this. You know, we're using. What am I trying to say? We are going wider than what the previous setup was, so we don't want to run out of width in this arrangement. We don't want the pots and the wires sticking on the way in, putting them back into the cavity. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to connect up this lug here to the leg of the capacitor. And that's going to ground the capacitor. And then I will put some on top of here. And I will ground out this leggy here on close to the edge of the pot. Sounds like a Yes song, I know. Yes, it is a Yes song. Close to the edge down by the river. Now, these are always a little bit deceiving. You think you've got enough heat into the whole deal, but then it comes and tells you it hasn't actually stuck down because it shed the heat unhelpfully. I'm finding this iron at the moment is struggling a little bit to get all the heat it needs to get into components, even though it's set on a pretty high setting. So I think it may just be we might need a new nib thing. Sorry, I didn't mean to bash you like that. Anyway, so this this is the slow boat to soldering heaven. There we go. So now we are grounded there and there, and we want to connect it to this one, but we also want to avoid any chance of it touching out. So if I can find my little thin shrink wrap tube things, which should be in here, and now can't quite remember how big or small they are. There's a little thin one. Let's try that. Don't necessarily need to do the shrink wrapping bit, but we want to just make sure that whatever we use is just enough to keep this thing away from touching out on any components on its way to the and where's it going? It's going to the middle one, it's not going to the top, is it? Oh, silly me, sorry. But still, it doesn't hurt to have a bit of shrink wrap up there if you're worried about it touching out. But actually in this case it's so short it won't. So I need to sort of push this back and kind of yank it through there really, and a bit of pushing and shoving, and it's a bit of a rough treatment, and that should be fine. So we'll just got dazzled by the chrome. I'll just heat that up and fit that to there. Come along. Yeah, these soldering irons seem to have this stiff plastic PVC power cable, and I want more than anything wire that just sits down, kind of this does. I found it for the hookup wire. This fantastic Plusivo. Let me show you this. If you want to buy something that really works, get that stuff on Amazon. Look at that, and it's all soft silicon hookup wire. It really sits where you want it to sit. It's not, stiff and sticky uppy. Okay, right now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to pre-fit a jack socket cable. Jack socket, yeah. And I'm going to use one of these double ones here that's got both the wires together. Although this one originally came with that twisted wire there was used. Okay, but I prefer to have it inside there, and we're going to run from there out to the socket, which we can go long for the time being. We'll trim it and fit it at when it's in place, but that won't be yet. So we'll just hook up the output, and that way we'll just stick down that little other leg of that capacitor that we're dealing with there in the whatever it is, treble bleed circuit. I don't know what it is, frankly. Treble bleed circuits I've seen have had a resistor as well as a capacitor across those lugs, but it's obviously there for a reason, he says, trustingly. So just now I'm just loading some solder onto this ground wire, and I'm just tinning the hot wire part of the jack cable. And then what I'll do is I'll cut the hot wire back. So what we'll do, I like to do with this is we're going to come through the front here. We don't have to, in a sense. This is going to sort of go like that. So in a way, it's probably less convenient if it comes off the top here. But equally, you can do this sort of thing with it. It can come round this side, go through here, if we wanted to. Share that lug there with this chappy, and then the whole thing can just run around the back of there and out. Whether it sits there, behaves or not, isn't your guess is as good as mine, but we can sort of bend it and encourage it to do that. So first of all, what I'll do is I will just solder down this lug and this jack lead hot. Now again, we've got the same sort of problem of not wanting the plastic to all be shoved in there as well, or the PVC. So we've got to try and get this joint made. There you go. With everything not pushed too far through. Now I'm going to try and just trim this back if I can reach into here. I don't want to cut off the thing that's the leg of the capacitor. Just cutting off any unnecessary is the word I should be looking for. Okay, so there you can see. Now what I can do is I can, if I want to put this low down, I can help to drag this low down by putting that on the side. I can just put it slightly onto the top there. I think I'll stick with the top business. Now I find it helps to put a little bit first on the top where I'm going to put my earth wire where I want it to land and stick. Make sure I've got a good connection there. And then I'm going to probably need to turn it round, which isn't great for camera work. And I'm going to bring that to there and kind of hold these two little darlings together for a little while until they behave and bond themselves to the top of the pot. And now I can't keep it still because it's trying to wander off sideways. So that should be okay. I'll just give it a little pull just to make sure. Yeah, that's good. So now we have the output, which we can double round there. And if we want to, we can double it round anywhere else. But I think we could tidy it up into there. Presumably it's going to be sit like that. That's going to be enough. I'm guessing. Let me just fetch it. So you can't see this in a minute. I'm just getting a quick tester. No, I don't think we can't afford the extra bit going around there. We need it to come straight. I thought I'd be a little bit cute and keep it tidy, but what I can do is I can tuck it under there, and then it can sneak around the back of this switch and out there, and it will actually still look tidy. Right. And then we'll also sort of lift this stuff up here. We'll just push that under there and hopefully that will sort of keep that in place if we just press that down there. Okay, so let's just treble check. That we need to keep that away. I'm going to tack a tiny bit more down on here. I don't want it that close. Running it there brings it a fraction too close to the first lug in the game. So I'm just going to nail it to here. It'll look a bit funny that it's got two contact points with the pot top, but I'd rather that than a problem with it touching out anything we don't want it to touch out. It's really stupid cables are driving me nuts. Right, let's stick to the pot. Transfer your heat to the pot, please. Thank you. Right. Okay, so that's kept that well out of the way of the first lug, which has got our input from output from the switch to our lug number 1. That then jumps across to our friend the tone. That jumps across to the input to the tone circuit. Tone circuit capacitor 473 starts here, goes across to the far number 3. Through that one, grounds to the top of the pot. Our output middle one from here shares a lug with this one leg of this capacitor, and that comes out. The grounding wire is also on the top of the pot, and that comes out, runs around the back of here, and comes out to what will be the jack. Now all we have to do to complete this circuit, all we have to do is we have to put the pickup hots into here and the pickup earths onto the top of the pots. So what I'm going to do, we're also going to put one extra cable on, and that cable will be a ground cable in case that will be a ground cable in case the answer comes back that David wants the pots, the cavities shielded, in which case we will need that. And then we'll have one on here. So on here, the pickups can go to here, the earth wire for the rest of the grounding, the shielding I should say, the cavity shielding can come to the top of this pot. Now this is sort of interestingly resisting taking the solder. I'm finding this interesting to say the least. Why is that happening? I've got tons of heat in this iron. I don't like this. Don't like the way this is working at the moment. Let's try and just touch the edge instead of anywhere else. It feels like this is failing to get heat through, but that should be transferring through to the pot more reliably than it is. It's just rolling around. Okay, that's not so good. So let's see if I can solve that problem. I wonder if it needs, people say this is do, and some people say do, and some people say don't, but I think I might just do a little scrape with some sandpaper on the top of this just to get this to grip, because I need seems to be better adhesion. Right. Whether that's the right thing to do or not, that's what I've done. Okay, so we are ready to put that back together when the time is right. We've got both alpha pots, but this one's an audio taper. This one here, the volume one, to give a bit of a supposedly better, more progressive increase in volume. Right, so that's that done for now. Let's see if we've got an answer on the business of re-radiusing. Might well not tonight, so lowest action you can squeeze out of it, yeah. Grew up playing a thing called a Honda, I know. Character. Okay, cleaned up painting, okay. Right, so that's going to be an interesting one. So David wants to keep the character of the neck, so he doesn't want the neck re-radiusing, which is a simple way that I can basically, simple way for me to prepare the board, fingerboard. Now, if I can't do that, I have to find another way of cleaning the fingerboard to my satisfaction. Let's zoom out a minute. We're sort of doing several things in one place here. But hey, right, we're on ultra wide angle. Oh, that's not so bad just for now. Right, so the challenge with this then is to how do we clean this up and retain its sort of mojo look, but clean up this really rough things here. Now, what I found in the past, and I'm going to reuse, is I'm going to make a special tool, which is actually just happens to be about the right radius to begin with. So I've got a approximately 7.25 inch radius, and I'm going to use this to make a little tool. The tool is going to be about this long, and I'm going to use the tool like this, but it needs to be a surface that I can use for to put some paper on. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this badly because it's suddenly taken the wrong type of bite to begin with. I'm going to try and nibble my way, excuse the expression, which should be possible, down this fret. Now it's not playing the ball. Nibble my way down this. This is messy. This ain't doing me no favours, man. What I want, normally, this allows me to cut out the tang from here. Let's see if I can just keep going, and I'll cut back the ragged end. What I'll make is a curved tangless fret, and that I can put some sandpaper to the bottom of, underside of, and that will become my ready radiused file. And I occasionally get it wrong just like that, and then I've got a bit that I have to file off later. So I just keep on going along there, nibbling away. I need it to be as wide as the fingerboard right now. So this puts a bit of a challenge on, because I now, when I don't have the control over the surface re-radiusing or starting with a clean surface, the slight problem I've got is that I now may find myself with uneven frets that I can't do anything much about, and which I can only then solve with fret leveling a bit later on. So, but I get that thing of wanting to preserve the look and feel of the thing. So let's get on and do it. Now I'm just finding my way all along there, and actually I think if I just use this bit, it's pretty much all cleared up first. Let's just snip it there, lose that bit. I'll do a tiny bit more, and then I'll just sand lightly file the underside of here. What I'm going to end up with is a little curved file that I can do this with, basically. And I'm going to aim to try and clean up just the bits where the frets are going to need to sit, because that's the only way I'm going to get it cleaned up. Doing it with something like this will be too wide. This is probably my best bet. I've got the radius there, you can see the curve. I've also now got to go and find my sticky stuff that I'm going to use. I seem to be down to my last 3 sheets of this, but I don't need very much at all. So let me get a cutting block. Cutting block. I'm not actually sure at the moment that I can clean this up any, so I'm going to use it as is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a ruler, cut a very thin strip. These are very thin strips. So first of all, it's a very small piece or 2, so I'm just going to hand cut some bits. Thank you. And then see what we're working with. So about so long. Okay, now we could take off all of the paper, the backing paper there, but I think I'd rather try and make 3 bits out of this, or 2.5, or even 3. See if I can preserve a bit. That'll probably do. Okay, is that wide enough? I think it is. Well, let's start with a wider one just to begin with. So we'll take I don't know how well you can see any of this. It's not that bad, is it, considering? I'm going to take the paper off this, and I'm going to place it down on here, like so. Now the problem is I now have a curved, see there's a little bit too bumpy, that's my worry, without being able to, what's the word I'm looking for? Without being able to smooth that down, I'm going to be stuck with a slightly dodgy fit. Just one second, I'll get a scrap neck that I can do something with. This will probably do. It's a bit flat, but let's just borrow this. So if I put that on there, I may find it possible to carefully cut along there like that, and then along here like that. Okay, not brilliant, not absolutely 100% perfect. We've got a bit too much sticking up there, so let's cut that off, but it's made it go sideways. Yeah, so this is homemade tools department, but I think it's a worthwhile thing to do, because otherwise, as a refretter, you don't have control over the surface that you're fretting onto, and you have to have that. So it is a challenge when somebody wants the original mojo left in place, is to somehow do it in such a way that you can still get rid of the crunchy stuff. So a bit naff, but you can see where are the camera blades? No, the thingy. You can probably see anyway down there in the light. You can see this curved device, and the paper isn't really sticking terribly well. But once I've just put this other stuff out of the way, what you'll see is, if I'm careful, I can sand away the grime. Now, you notice I haven't even cleaned the grease out of it yet. I don't want to do that. Oops. I don't want to do that until I've taken the crunchy stuff around it. slots away as much as possible. So I would basically, you can see that. I would start down here, make sure it's as stuck to here as possible, and then I would basically do that. Now, as thin as I have made this, it still isn't possible to keep it absolutely flush. I mean, you're going to wonder, you're going to kind of go, it's actually not quite wide enough for this end, but I'll make it work. Yeah, so, what I'm looking to is get this flush and without wandering off that centre line. And so I'm fairly convinced that's flat as it can be. And then I'll move on to the next one and do the same. So it is a fiddly little process, but you can see having a radius tool, which I can try as much as possible. It isn't always possible, but to my best of my abilities to try and keep this sanded area as narrow as this the new fret will be, so that when we come to put that fret in, when we put the new fret in, it should the crown should sit over most of this sanded area, and I really care about it feeling smooth that way. But right now it's incredibly crunchy because the finger grime and the edge of the slots are sticking up because of years of grease, but also as you pull the frets out, that lifts up the crud that is in the slot. So there is this boring process, which I'm probably now going to switch the camera off, because you can get a sort of good idea what I'm going to be doing for the next half an hour. It's just going over this as narrowly as I can. And you can probably get a fairly good look at it wherever the light is available. Can't see it really. Yeah, it's not bad, but as I say, it's the best I'm going to be able to do. But it's in many ways, being able to re-radius the board is your best option for a guaranteed flat set of, or flatly pressed set of frets. But as I put across to David just now, you do lose the vintage mojo that it has, and it can end up looking a little bit out of place compared to the rest of the guitar, which looks old and battle worn, and suddenly you've got what looks like a fingerboard that's just come out of the box straight from the factory, because it's brand new along with its brand new frets. So it can change the mojo or the vibe a little bit. Okay, so it's not too bad. But these, despite that, the fact that I will probably still be leaving I can feel it. Since I can feel it still, it means the other thing that's happened, by the way, and I forgot to mention this, but it's not just this ridge of crud from the slot. What's happened is that the fingerboard has worn in a scalloped sort of way, away from where the fret is. So the fret has protected, the crown has protected the fret, that part of the fret from wearing. So when you take the fret out, you have these little prominent ridges which was wood preserved or kept safe by the presence of the crown above it. So you by definition, you have a kind of scalloping, which also will be taken away by if you do a re-radius. Now, we've said we're not going to, so we have to just bear in mind that given the fact we still have this slight scalloping, whatever you want to call it, we can't avoid that, because that's the sort of the natural process of the fingerboard weathering or wearing underneath or away from the protected area where the fret crown sits. So we can't do anything about that. We're going to have this slight up and downing. We just have to hope that all of them are pretty much more or less even, because they've been protected the same amount as each other, because they've been protected in the same way. So I have to try and do my best to get rid of the same amount of crud on the top of each of these little hillocks, mountain tops, and not to try and go too far, because then I'll end up making one lower and we'll end up with a low fret. Now I'm getting some build-up of crud in the sandpaper here, which might mean I also may have to stop and make another piece, but having a wire brush handy is also very good because you can get rid of some of the build up that way. So you can see it's quite difficult to manipulate this, and you have to kind of press a bit with that, and then you can't absolutely keep it dead center. It wanders. I'm trying my best to keep it on track, and you can see, and ultimately you can feel the smoother bit, and you can feel the really sharp bits over there still. So it's a slow old process, and what I think I'll do is leave you for now. I think, well, I've got the answers I need about the ultimate action that David wants from this, and it came, with as you saw, with 3mm at the last fret on the low E. Sorry, 3.5 on the low E, and about 3 on the high E, which is pretty monstrous. And David says he'd like it as low as it will go. Well, the amount of difference I'll be able to make this play, even though this is a 7.25 inch radius, the difference is going to be staggering, really. Now, what I mean by the 7.25 inch radius is that a tight radius like 7.25 inches imposes a geometric kind of limitation on how low you can set your action. And that's because of the curvature. The tight curvature means that essentially there's a point at which, when you're bending a string, you are bending it up and over the kind of crest of a hill. And when you do that, the tighter the radius is, the bigger the drop off of the string, the other side, to go back down to its anchor point, which is when we're talking about it, we mean the bridge, really, bridge saddle. So if you think of it, if you can imagine it as a three-dimensional challenge, what happens is in 3 dimensions, you're pushing the string up sideways and up a hill away from its anchor points, which are A, to the side, but B, further down a hill. And because of the fact that their anchor points are considerably below the crest of the hill that you're pushing your string up, that very fact takes away the clearance that you would otherwise have. So the tighter the radius, the bigger the constraint that geometrically puts on how low you can go. Now, all it really means in practice is that where I can, on a 9.5 or certainly 12 and above radius neck, I can easily guarantee an action of 1.5 millimeters on the low E and 1.2 on the high E. With a 7.25 millimeter radius, I can't guarantee that, but I can say it's going to be more like 2 mils on the low E and 1.5 on the high E, just to be realistic. Because the danger is, if you don't understand the geometric limitations of the three-dimensional puzzle when you're bending strings, you can fall under the illusion that you can level your way to whatever action you want on a 7.25 inch radius, and in actual fact you just can't. So you have to accept that fact, and the sooner you do, the better. Okay, well, I'm going to switch off still. When I've done this, I'm going to then clean with with my Coleman's cooking fluid to clean the neck up, and particularly get all the grunge off the goo off the fingerboard, and then we'll look at what we've got, and I'll just be concentrating on feeling, getting this as smooth as not from the point of view of making it look new, but just have I got the best surface I can get using these slightly limited tools, or a limited amount of area I can sand to get the best seated frets possible. And then if I have, then we'll be kind of in a good spot to move forward by starting to cut and position, cut and trim and prepare the new frets. And the secret of successful fretting, and sometimes even I can, I've done it for years now, but I can still find myself struggling with a beast that just will not play. And sometimes it's hard to figure out why it's put up such a fight. But the secret of successful fretting comes down ultimately to preparation like this. Getting this surface as good as I can get, taking the time with this fiddly little tool, and then preparing the frets as well as I can prepare them before I try to press them in or hammer them in, whichever method I'm going to use. Preparing the fret slots before I try and do my fretting, so that I'm sure that they are cleared out of any detritus, any gunge, so I'm sure that they are the correct width and depth, and nothing's going to stop the fret being pressed in or tapped in. So all of that pre-work, and right down to if you're, for example, if you're fretting a Les Paul with a bound neck or something like that, then cutting the frets, pre-cutting them to a certain length, so that you don't end up trying to have to file off or bevel off too much, trim off too much with the fret beveling file, or the end beveling file, which can be quite a dangerous tool to use around fresh new frets. So getting them cut to as close to size, the less sort of harsh physical scraping work you have to do on the neck itself, the less damage you're going to do to the neck. And this is even more important if you're doing a set neck guitar, where when it comes to beveling the frets to length, you actually can't get up to the top end with this particular fret end beveling file, which when the neck is off is quite good because you can get to the whole thing. But on a glued in neck, you just can't get there with it. So cutting your frets to almost exactly and shaping them and pre-beveling them to the exact length is a really good start, because it gives you far less work to do on site. It's kind of it's like the big push in construction techniques as part of the 21st century. Trying to big construction companies looking to manufacture stuff off-site, prefabricate stuff, so that you leave as little to the risky environment, the less controllable environment of the location, the site you're going to install this stuff, as possible, and you do as much of the construction in advance in controlled and safe environment. That's the theory anyway. Okay, look, I've got all the way through here. I've done my cleaning up of all the grit and grime. I don't think I need to do any more. I'm conscious there still is that sort of inherent scalloping going on. What I'll do now, while we're still on the camera, is I'll get the sort of cleaning part done. Now, this will lift up some oils, but not that much. It'll mostly get rid of the finger goo that's built up over the years, and we can kind of replace the immediate oils with lemon oil, stuff like that. But we can get rid of the sort of ridges of finger dead cells and whatnot. And you see, it always comes off as a nice, disgusting soup. But it will still retain its overall vintage mojo look. Now I'll go over all of this with this stuff. This is Coleman's cooking fuel, which is the closest thing to commercially or easily available, reliable naphtha, as is available these days. It used to be that you could get it from chemical sellers, but they seem to stop selling it to the public, probably for safety's sake. So you end up finding something that's almost the same constituent stuff, but it does a perfectly safe job. And as I say, this Coleman's fuel, they really aren't going to bungle on pretty branding, are they? Lots of writing and a tiny little logo. good for them. Okay, so now you can see how it looks. It is still got the mojo. It's got the grease all gone. It's still nice and dark. It looks like it always did in its, in its venerable old age, which it definitely has. And I can add some oil when we've refretted to make it darker again, so it has more, still has a bit more, mojo vibe. Now, the one thing I need to be sure of in this is that there's probably a kind of fill at the end of these frets that I'm going to need to break, and I'm going to then refill with some lacquer, or I'm really annoyed because I had ordered some stuff and I've forgotten even the name of it, but I definitely ordered it and it hasn't arrived. It may have come from some far off place, but it's called, oh god, is it it's some sort of meltable resin that you heat up and squidge a bit in the end of your fret end, and it then cools. It's not wax, it is a resin that melts. Anyway, and I spotted it and I ordered a couple of different colours, and it just it's never turned up. So I'm going to have to go through all of my buying things, because it was just, I've been trying all kinds of materials to get this thing done, and it just never came to I never got the right stuff. Tried it, all manner of stuff to fill the ends, and it's too much trouble. You end up, but this stuff looked absolutely perfect, and I think it's what everybody actually uses. Just when you don't know the name of it, you just don't know the name of it. How can you? So anyway, I'll have to go and check, because I need it really. The alternative is you find other substances to fill it with. You can fill it with some, dark wood filler, and then go over it with some clear poly, and just buff that back to a shine like the rest of this. Okay, so that is now a good place to stop, I think. I could carry on fretting. What time is it? Okay, it's gone 8 o'clock. So let's not go later on that. We've made some good progress. We've got the electrics mostly done. We've got the frets out safely, and we've got the slots and the edges of the slots mostly almost completely cleaned up and smoothed out, and they'll be ready to take the new frets, which we can come back to tomorrow when we're getting back to this, because I don't have any other set jobs in the workshop at the moment except this one, which is great, so I can do this tomorrow night as well. Tomorrow's another hospital day. Today was a bit of a hospital day too. So we're still, although Claire's not having chemotherapy anymore, we still have quite a lot of toing and froing for tests and various checks and things. Her surgery isn't really healing very well, because the chemo got in the way of the healing process, basically. I think they have to decide that that's their priority, to get you onto the chemo poison, but it means that she's now still nursing a wound that isn't healed, and it's not uncomfortable or she's not suffering from it as such, but it causes her to have to go back and forth, and she may have to have more surgery before long. So, okay. So that means basically I come up here in the evenings. Now there are some tiny little pullouts you can see on here, and as an old neck that's played, I'm not going to play a game of trying to fill those. Okay, it's just the way it is. Most of that will be covered by the fret crown, and there may be the tiniest little bit sticking out. But the problem is, if you go after trying to fill those with super glue and dust and stuff, you actually have to do more sanding work on this than I know David wants me to do. So as far as a playing surface goes, this will feel and play great. If you look up close, you will see tiny little marks where little flakes of may just extend underneath the crown. But I think rather than ladle on glue, do repairs, and then necessitate sanding, I don't want to sand any more than I've done now. That's all I want to do on this neck, to preserve its original feel. So it's a judgment call. You can spend as long as you like filling little things, but when you fill on the edge of something like this, what happens is the glue inevitably goes into the slot, and then you have to scrape the hell out of the slot to clean the glue out, and you start running into problems of either widening the fret or not being able to get the glue out, and you end up with a bit at the bottom which takes the clearance away for the tang, because these are not very deep slots because it's a very vintage neck, a fingerboard. Anyway, so it's a judgment call that if it was significant and I thought they would be clearly visible, or certainly if anything was feelable, then yes, you'd look to spend some time on a particular area to make a repair. But in this case, nothing stands out as being worth necessitating sanding the fingerboard to flatten it out, because you won't get a flat finish if you fill these little holes with sawdust, rosewood dust and glue. You will always be proud of the surface, and then you have to sand back, which means you will lose the finish and you'll have uneven patches, which is why if a customer is happy to have a reinvigorated or new looking fingerboard, it is very much easier to then re-radius this, take away any of those little tiny surface chip outs. But it has a character that we don't want to lose, so I totally understand that. So I'm ready for that now. I've cleaned the slots as much as I would think they're going to need, and we're ready to go. So I will call that quits for tonight, and thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
Those, the better the chance of keeping.
Right, we are fretting in the name of the something. Right, I suppose let me just get, I need some heat. Don't freeze me, baby. I'll get me a little mirror so I can see what I'm doing behind here in my mirror. Oh yeah, right. Oh, okay, so to begin with, let's do this here thing. Let's put it, hello everyone. Let's put you down like so. See what we can see. Okay. Right, look, here we are. Ta-da! Refretting. Now I've got my fret press over there, which I'll come to in a minute. I'm going to use the fret press on this fret and setting up. I've now appeared to have lost the whatever the thing is, Allen key. But anyway, let's worry about that in a minute. So first of all, in the refret we've got here, we've got all the wire falling out. Now I bought this stuff from Tone Tech Luthier Supplies, which I've used for lots of things, and they're a good supplier. And I often buy fret wire from them, particularly the Evo Gold stuff. But in this case, I've bought some sort of fairly vintagey wire for this guitar. And actually, just looking at it, it kind of has a nice, looks like it will kind of press home quite nicely. Okay, so what I really want to do at this point, I'm going to just push this press out of the way, give myself a little bit more room. Check with my special mirror. Well, we can see the headstock fine. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to want to do is probably near the end of near the edge of this here guitar, is I'm going to, well, I suppose the most important thing is what does the radius look like? Now, interestingly, this wire is just a tiny bit off 7.25. Now, that, to me, if you won't be able to see this bit, I'm just going to double check with a thingy, and if necessary, I'm going to put this wire through my bender a little bit more, because I think this could be just on, yeah, it's a fraction too flat. It's probably a 9.5. If we're, yeah, it is. It's more of a 9.5. 9.5. Right, so I need to bend this a little bit tighter. So my problem is I've got the bender over here on the wall. It's a bit of a rubbish place to have it, but so I can. Ooh, it's a bit loose. How strange. Let's run it through here. Okay, that's too loose. So I'm going to have to do some adjustments. In fact, what I've actually done is put it in the rubbishest place ever. So I'm going to need to put it elsewhere. but for this particular job it'll do. Right, that's too tight. Sorry, forgive me, I really have made an ass out of my arrangement. Okay, so that might just be right. But you want to be when you're fretting, you want to be a little bit over. If anything, a tiny bit tighter than your chosen the wire to be a little bit tighter than the radius on the fingerboard, so that it grips the fingerboard if anything. Okay, I'm going to run this through twice and see what we actually got going on. Let's have a look. 7.25. That is pretty much there. Okay, so I'm just going to run all these other pieces through this machine, and then we're going to need to think of repositioning it next time, for the next time, because right now this is a naff location, to say the very least. Pardon me. So hello, welcome to Relove Guitars and all that. This is a Thursday evening, another day down at the hospital. Not a long time down there, just breaks the day up really. So I just line my work up for the evening and pace it nicely, so I don't have to stress about being here. And it suits me to work in the evening, so it's perfect really. So I'll probably work on this guitar for about 3 hours just now, and a few other bits and pieces, and then head home for something to eat, take care of some paperwork and things, and then be back up here tomorrow night for more good things. I'll just show you, by the way, 2 coats of conductive paint in there, in the cavities, in all the cavities. So I'm going to connect all of those up with ground jumper wires. Okay, this thing doesn't want to keep heating the room up. It seems to have decided to stop. Come on, I need this. I need a bit of warmth under here for my legs. Okay, so now we've got the radius at the same as the actual neck, if not slightly tighter. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just basically start by cutting all the frets to length. Now, this is a new cutter that I've not really used before. So we go to length and place the next one. Now I'm going a little bit over on each one because I want a bit of spare room to a little bit of room to kind of what's the word? Bring the edge in flush with the surface. We certainly don't want to be short. In this set of wire, there's 6 of these pieces, and it's usually more than enough to do a 22 fret neck with a bit of spare. They expect you to cut them a bit longer, I think, is what I'm trying to say. However, somebody actually said if you've got a limited amount of fret wire, probably a good idea to start from the other end, which means that if you run out of wire, you can reuse little bits for a shorter section. So I've created a bit of surplus there, which is a bit wasteful, really. Anyway, so I'm just this is actually the second fretting that I've done in this workshop. The first one was for the ebook I'm just finishing writing now. So I built a Trekkie style guitar using just hand tools, which was great fun. But I did a refret. I suppose it was an upcycle really of a cheap Chinese neck, paddle style neck, and that was new. But I just really paid for the basic maple and the fingerboard and the truss rod, you know, and just kind of upgrade it from there. Okay, so I've tried to do it from that end, but I'm still wasting a bit on this, on each of these. So maybe it doesn't really save whichever end you go from. Just looking at this, look at these cutters. They are denting a little bit with this material, and it's funny because this is actually a harder than normal material, but it's miles from being stainless steel or anything like that. Still, these weren't the most expensive things, although they weren't exactly cheap. I think they were about 25 quid or something. But my last set just broke in half, just literally sheared. One side of the jaws sheared off one day. I was cutting a screw, a pickup hanging screw, a pickup mounting screw, and it just sheared right off. And that was the end of them. I kept them over there for sort of nostalgia, reminiscence purposes, nostalgic purposes. But yeah, they just conked right out. So what we're going to do is we're going to lay all these frets in their slots. Of course, they're all going to be individual lengths, the correct lengths for the correct pieces. Okay, that just fits. And then what I'm going to do is to put them in one by one and press them in with the press. If I can find the little hex key, the right hex key to change the jaws, the little brass insert part. And then on this guitar, on this neck, I will be using the Wicked and Evil edge beveling file, which I didn't use in the ebook build, partly because I wanted, well, mainly because I wanted to do as much as I could with as few specialist tools. And I suppose although it's not expensive, the edge beveling file is it's definitely a specialist tool. Okay, I think we've got a bit of left over there that we can't use. That's the only problem of having it cut in these small lengths. I prefer the longer lengths because I can then limit the amount I waste. But there is more than enough for this one fretting, so I'm not really in any danger of running out. So, as mentioned before, this is a refret on a 7.25, 7 1/4 inch radius neck. This is the sort of just about the tightest radius that you'll get on any regular guitar neck, electric guitar neck. That much left over, so if we had to pull some out for any reason at all, we can replace. Okay, so there are my set of frets, and here's a bit of excess throwaway stuff. Now, what I'm going to do is I'll just carry on because there's no time like the present. We need to get this pressed, get the frets pressed. And what I'll do is a couple of things that I will consider doing. First one is I'll get the neck pressing caul down. So when I use the press here, I'm going to want to, what am I going to want to do? I'm going to want to support the neck in here. This isn't the greatest thing in the world. It's sort of, they end up wearing out towards the end. So you have to be very careful that when you're pressing that you aren't getting wood sticking into the neck. Just something to watch out for. Now, to get it in the right place, I'm going to turn it to face me at an angle. I'm going to go and find what I hope is the right hex key, or the right hex keys to change over the thing that's in here, the brass insert. And the last one was a 16-inch radius that I did, so I've got a few more little ones in here. 12, 9.5, 7.25. Okay, so I'll put that in there. So the next thing I'm going to want to do is to get myself some cloth and some kitchen roll, and the cloth needs to be a wet cloth for wiping down glue. So what I'll do is, it's going to be bloody cold since I don't have any warm water supplies at the moment. So that's sort of a damp cloth here, which I will hang over there, and then a fair few bits of kitchen roll to help me along the way. And then we're going to need some wood glue. Now when I used to fret with more with super glue, I would use a bungee rope on this handle here and pull it, use it to hold the fret in place for under pressure for a minute or half a minute or something, because with super glue that was enough to keep it in place, and after that it wouldn't fit any better, or it wouldn't grip any better or worse. That was about your lot. With the wood glue, it's a different thing. If the fret doesn't seat properly, or doesn't go in properly with the wood glue, you're wasting your time trying to hold it in under pressure. Let me just find a container to put some glue in. Come on, pick up the box. All right, this will do. Paint spray paint container. Yeah. So if you haven't got the slots cleaned properly, and if everything isn't perfectly set up to take the frets, then like I say, the glue is really just a sort of double insurance to keep it there. But what it won't do is, unlike super glue, it won't pull the frets down and hold them down the way super glue kind of will. So we can't use it for that reason. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, first thing I'm just going to line up all these frets down here in the order that they are on the neck. I must remember not to knock them out the way. I need that. So this is my complete set of frets. Move that way. Okay, now what I'm going to do is you may or may not be able to see this. See how much of a view we've got. Okay, there's the neck. Right, so if we focus on that, we won't see what I'm doing on the deck so much. But so the idea is, just move this out of the way. It's nice having the heat. It's just, don't want it too warm under there. Okay, so this will be my my fret pressing department like that, and so let's start at the heel end of things. Now, to begin with, for the heel end, we just have to hold this, and we can get to about here, and then we turn the caul over. So let's begin by putting some glue. This is where the cloth nearby is handy. Now I'm confident that I have cleaned out the slots already, so I know that they're in good shape. So I'm ladling on the glue, mainly because it's hard to actually get it just in the slot on its own. So first thing you'll see is it appears to go everywhere to begin with. And that's okay, better everywhere than nowhere, babe. So we get our first one, and then in a way it's fairly straightforward, because the first thing we do is place it in there, and then offer it up to this place here, and I'm just going to press the caul down, or the insert down, so it's in line with the fret, and I'm going to press it down. Now I'm holding on to the top because this thing isn't clamped to the bench the way that it used to be, so it's a little bit different. And then I'm just going to wipe off the excess straight away. And the thing with the wood glue is it's very amenable, it's very cooperative when it's wet. Oops. So it's all a little bit different. I'm just chucking the bits of paper on the ground now, because that's how I roll. And then I'm just going to put a little bit of water on, or wet cloth on there, and then with a bit of the old kitchen roll, just kind of clean up as much as I can before I leave the stuff that's underneath the fret to dry. Now, like I said, if this was super glue, the glue itself is quite an important part, or can be an important part, of holding the fret in place. With wood glue, it doesn't have that gripping power, so this is going to sit only as well as it's going to sit, period. There is no, the wood glue isn't going to hold it anywhere. Okay. So, I mean, you know, with the super glue, I'd clamp the thing like this for about a minute, and the glue would take effect, and that would be it. It would be held in place as well as it can be. Where are we? What do we see? There's my sit up, please. I thank you. Something like that. It's not a very balanced view. It seems to want to turn around. Sorry. With one hand on the crank and the other one. Oh yeah, look, what a perfect view, he says with his mirror. Okay, so yeah, a little bit shorter room compared to how it used to be. Well, I still quite like it as a setup. Okay, so there's my first fret in place. Really, what you want to check with your own naked eyeballs is it seated as well as it can be? It is. And that's it. That's all I can do. The best I can do with that. So the next thing I do is get myself some more glue. Now, of course, you can see that we can do one at a time, or now we've sort of shown how it goes, we could probably do 4 at a time if we're in the mood. Now, of course, it's got to be the right 4. It can't be any old 4. And it's just, we're going to clean up all 4 at the same time as we go. So same sort of principle, get the glue well and truly into the slot. As I say, the glue is only a sort of extra long term. It'll set and the fret will sit where it's currently sitting. You know, if the fingerboard is a little curled and the fret isn't really down on that end, then the truth is we don't really have a lot we can do about it if we're not using super glue. An old fingerboard like this may not be exactly the radius that the bending machine puts out, even if it's approximately or very close to 7.25. It still may be slightly off, or this may not be uniform or consistent. It may drop off at the edges a little bit quicker than the wire bending machine does. So you have to always accept there's possibly some mismatch. In that case, you're going to end up with frets. I think what we'll do is I'll get my little hammer. I'll do a little starter tap on these. What you may end up with is all your frets seated in just slightly off where you might ideally want them. And that's kind of just how it has to be. You sort of end up having to live with that. Okay, so let's get these pressed in nice and strong. I could clamp this thing and that would help things along a bit, but you can see we don't absolutely have to. We can use bracing grip. There you go. So the press does a good job of just sinking them all in there properly. And then we can kind of begin the tidy up process. And I'll probably go over, once I've taken most of the excess glue off and wet it down a little bit, I'll probably go over and press down one more time. There's quite a bit of left over at the end. If you don't want to clean that up, sometimes you don't really exactly have to, because filling the gaps at the end isn't a bad thing to do, even if it's wood glue. However, in this case, I have some new material that I'm going to try out today, which is Liberon. Liberon, I think it's called burn-in sticks, or they changed the name, shellac sticks. What are these? Shellac filler sticks. So they're not wax exactly, but I think they're kind of shellac. And the idea is that you use a soldering iron and to liquefy the shellac and fill the end gaps, and that's what I'm going to aim to do with these. So I'm going to go over these 4 again with a quick squeeze down. What I will do, let's put this way I can clamp this to the bench. Give it a little bit of help. Come on. Two. Moving it around. Let's see if that improves it a little bit. Okay. Oh yeah, so I can get a bit of better swing on it. Now, the thing about swinging too hard on these presses is that if you do, you can actually push the frets into the wood further than the other frets if you're not careful. And it's amazing how that little extra sort of force in one area can end up with frets that sit lower than the rest, causing you a bit of a level problem later on. So just want to be careful not to over swing on the lever. Okay, so there's the first 5 in, and again a quick look down here. They look fine from here. As I said before, they will never be perfect straight off. We will always need to level them, almost certainly. And I'm going to do the next 3 and then switch the support upside down to use the cork covered side. So these will be the last 3 with the support on the way it's currently set. Yeah, so funny thing is I had been looking for a long time, ages in fact, for something easy to fill the end gaps with. And it's one of those things that if you search for it, you just will not find a clear answer. It's something that Google just doesn't have. You know, Google, how do I fill the end slots on my refretted electric guitar? Blah, blah, blah. And you try and find all manner of ways of saying it, and you just don't get anywhere. So I just couldn't find anything, and I was trying a variety of things, including dark rosewood wood fillers and all that kind of stuff. And you know, loads of different things do work, but the problem is they're either too runny, in which case they go through and out the other side of the gap underneath the fret, which you don't want, or they're too thick and they don't go in to the gap, which is a pain. So I've been kind of on the lookout for something for the longest while, and by chance I came across these burn-in sticks. Now, you know, the first thing that struck me was, oh, brilliant, well, thanks for that name. However, how on earth would I have ever thought to look for something called a burn-in stick? There's no reference to what it does, really. I mean, there is, but there's no reference to what it is or why you would use it on an electric guitar situation. Anyway, so it was a complete sort of, well, I would, you know, one of those moments like I would have never found that had I not just accidentally stumbled on it. But having stumbled on it, I went and now I had a phrase I could use to look for versions of it, and it quickly emerged that there are 2 or 3 kinds. Most of them, a lot of them, wax based, which is sort of obvious. Okay, if I burn some wax and tip it in the end of these gaps, then well, yeah, they will set and fill the gaps. Yeah, that makes sense. But I didn't quite want to use wax because I wanted something that would harden quickly. And then what I saw was that there were basically some resins, two-pack resins, or a roll type of kneadable putty resin, which I've used anyway in the form of Milliput and what they call, is it called JB Weld, stuff like that I've used. You know, the rollable kneadable stuff, the putty stuff, and that's great because it sets pretty quickly. and within an hour it'd be ready to sand back, and then the next day you can put some poly over it or something like that, and finish the job. So anyway, I looked around and I was so thrilled that I ordered some, in amongst a load of other orders, and just carried on doing what I was doing at the time. And I've been sort of waiting with this thing in the back of my mind that I was going to get these special sticks for doing this very job that I was kind of keen to try out. And that feeling that comes creeping up on you, like, where is that thing? Did I order that, or did I leave it in the shopping basket? I bet I left it in the shopping basket. So I went and had a look, and sure enough, I'd ordered it. I'm thinking, well, this is a month now. Come on, that's just ridiculous. Even if they did that thing where they pretend they've got it in stock, but then they get it from China and you wait a month, I thought it would still be here by this time. So I started to look further into it, and before long, I found out that PayPal told me that the company had refunded me the same night that I'd paid for the order, but not actually said anything in a way that I would have noticed. So all of this time I've been expecting it to turn up, and the order is fully cancelled. So I then had the same problem, that I'd forgotten what the hell the name of the stuff was. So I had to kind of retrace my steps in, what was it called? Sticks, burning sticks, burning something. Anyway, I finally, it wasn't too long this time before I retracked it down. And this time I ordered this stuff, shellac filler sticks, Liberon. And it's made for filling dense chips in wood furniture projects. So you kind of fill it, scrape it back, and then I think if you have to, you colour it a bit more before polishing it out. But generally speaking, it's generally speaking, it's pretty simple stuff to use, which I'm pleased about. So anyway, that's what I'm going to use for this. Although it's quite funny that this doesn't have very deep slots anyway, so I don't think there'll be that much room at the end. There's more room. Actually, no, I'm not going to use it on this neck, because this neck's going to go to the metal's going to go flush to the edge, like my original 80s Strat did. Unless there is a little gap, then I'll fill it. But yeah, it's normally for use when you cut an overhang, which I wasn't going to do with this. But anyway, it was. I was glad to get it, because I've been looking for this mysterious solution, but being more than anything annoyed that I just couldn't figure out what it was called. You just get stumped, really. You run out of clever options. Shellac sticks, baby. When you get down to the slightly wider frets, it gets easier to clean the end bits, because they're not all clustered together in a sort of sharp, prickly arrangement. So I'm just going to go over these one more time for a quick extra press down. As I say, it either sits where it's going to sit, or it doesn't with this approach. And I guess the reason is I'm using it this way and instead of using super glue is that super glue is pretty effective, but it creates a very brittle finish. The glue is very brittle and glassy, so that when you if you ever come to refret it in the future, it's quite difficult to get out. And in my experience, the super glue tends to tear out more material than something like wood glue does, because it literally pulls up whatever it's touching on the edge of the fret. It'll pull it up. Now, what I'm seeing here is the edges of this are sort of by definition slightly more rolled than the frets. And there's no way of accommodating that. You can't just bend the ends of the frets. So I've gone for a sort of compromise, which I think will work fine. What it means is the frets are actually 7.25 and the fingerboard is a little bit of a monstrosity, a hybrid. But you tend to get that with old fingerboards because they don't conform. It's one of the things that you can improve, obviously, by radiusing, but you lose the sort of mojo vintage feel. You trade it for a brand new looking neck, but one of the benefits is you can make the radius closer to the fret radius. But I can tell from looking at this that it's close enough. What happens, what it really means is that the frets here are going to set with the little bit of glue and they will stick, and that will be fixed as they are laid. And it means that the only downside is it may appear, if you look at them, it may appear that they are just slightly lifted at the end compared to all the way across, but there's no way around that other than re-radiusing the wood. Okay, so you've got to keep in mind the limitations of this, and it's always a degree of compromise one way or another. And some people like to just tap the frets home with a hammer. Nylon ended hammer is quite good. I prefer to either press them, or if I'm going to hammer them, and there are many times where it's a good reason to hammer them or to tap them. If I'm going to tap them, then I use some little oak blocks, which are approximately radiused, but they allow me to spread the load and move across the radius of the fret so that everything gets a good solid tap home. Again, it's unscientific in that you just have to trust your technique to give all of the frets roughly the same amount of treatment, because there's no, we're not hooked up to some sort of force measuring equipment that can deliver the exact same blow to the exact same sort of place on the fret all the way across the board. It's unscientific. But yeah, I guess you sort of, over time, you get a feel for what works. But as I said, it's quite common that you end up with one or two sitting lower, because try as you might, you may well hit one or press one a little harder than all the others. It seems to just be the way that it is. I'm going to repress those four. When I press, I see a bit of glue squeezing out, but when I lift, and that stays. Sometimes you see the glue squeeze out right on the edge, and then you lift and it sort of gradually disappears again as it sort of gets drawn back under the crown of the fret. Many people don't use glue at all, and they rely upon the tangs on the side of the fret only, which is pretty much how these will have been put in the first place. The machine will have cut the fret slot to a pretty precise width, and then they will have manufactured the frets such that the tang is a little bit the toothy part of the tang is wide enough, a little bit wider than the a little bit wider than the slot, and then therefore it'll sort of bite into the wood and stick. But we don't necessarily have that luxury of that precision here in the refretting world. We're working with very standard frets that have a finite range of width on their tangs and so on. And you can buy little tools that will expand the width of the tang if you really have a problem that you put a fret in and it just won't stay in, and you realise that the holes are just way too big, sorry, the slots are way too big, then a tang expander tool, and it just basically sort of bites and twists little bits of the tang out so that it'll stick further out. And I've in the past I've actually done the same job with a little pair of pliers. I think probably used the fret lifting fret removing pliers, and that did the same job. It kind of created a bit of extra width, but it was pretty unscientific, and I wouldn't like to do it all the time, because you don't want to run the risk of creating a back bow because you've got so much extra tang width. The thing is, it's a bit less likely when you're doing it that way, because you're not actually widening the entire tang. You're just kind of making some barbs stick out, and they're meant to go into the wood anyway. So it's a fairly successful technique to apparently widen your frets. Right, so what I'm going to do, to widen your tang, I should say. Sometimes when one is talking on video, one gets so tired of saying all these words. Fret, slot, width of the fret, tang, slot, edge, top, bottom thing, radius, fingerboard, radius, fret, slot. And it just gets tongue-tied exactly, but you just sort of think, why aren't there simpler words I can be using? The thing. There you go. So that's a good example of pressed in frets. So obviously there's a sort of amount of glue that's gone under the crown, and with luck we'll stay there and do that extra bit of work holding everything in place, or keeping everything still once it sets, once the glue dries. Now, one of the things with wood glue is you can see as soon as you've wiped it clean, it starts to dry, and it's pretty good stuff, but that's why I tend to have the damp cloth hanging by, so I can just kind of wet everything up again for the second clean up as I get rid of the leftover bits. So it's always good to keep the glue wet to begin with until you're pretty much cleaned up. I'll just get rid of most of this and then final press down, and then go down the edges of the frets and clean out any excess glue, which, if you don't get it in this run, you can sort of scrape it away later gently with a blade. It's sort of easy to do. Okay, so the last 5 to press down again. Come on, get in the right place. Thank you. Okay, so one of the things I've learned is when you get to this stage, you really now have to leave this fingerboard for 24 hours for the glue to set. Have the chance, the best chance of setting and keeping these frets exactly in place. With super glue, it's kind of convenient because at this point now, having pressed it down, I will have held it down under the bungee rope force for approximately a minute or so while the glue quickly sets. And we could move on at this point to the edge beveling part of the deal, and just carry on and get the whole thing done tonight. But it's a slow game with wood glue. I used to put the thing in a thing like this and clamp it like that, and actually, do you know what? I ultimately didn't find it made any difference, simply because the wood glue is not strong enough as a glue to hold anything that doesn't want to be in place. Now, just looking down here, I can see there's this one here sticking up a little bit, and that it could well be to do with a bit of I don't know what the word would be, a over-rounded edge on the fretboard, which is kind of keeping that standing up. But like I say, we don't really have any choice with this. It's going to either sit here and set nicely in place, or it isn't. We're not using super glue that's going to hold it in place. Yeah, this one is definitely. I'm not sure about this one, and I'm going to lift this one. There's something about this one that's making me wonder whether, in fact, we've got something in the fret slot and we can afford to lift it. And I'm going to go back in here and clean this out if necessary. Now, you could, at this point, potentially just use that same fret, but we don't need to. We've got spares, so I'm going to just make sure this is absolutely cleaned out to the best of my abilities, and then I'm going to cut a fresh fret, since we can afford to. What I'll do is I'll chuck that one out of the way onto the floor, because I don't want it finding its way back in. Now, the only reason I threw that fret away is because in pulling it up, you often bend it very slightly, and I don't want that to be the case. I want this thing to sit down. The other thing is, damn it, I'm so stupid. I know why that's sat up. I should have. The very end of these short pieces is flatter. One end. For some reason, the very end bit tends to be slightly flatter. When they bend it, I don't know why it is, but you get one bit that's slightly flatter, and that's what happened there. It was a problem with the fret, not the slot, actually. And I should cut that bit off, and I forgot to. It's just about a centimetre and a half, maybe, if that. Yeah. I looked at it earlier on, and I saw it as I was bending it, thinking, oh yeah, I must remember to cut the slightly straightened bit off, and I flaming well forgot. Anyway, that's that. I knew there was something about it. Okay, there you go. That now follows the exact game. Now let me just, while I'm on the case now, let me just double check and make sure I haven't got another one of those end pieces stuck in there. I think I've ended up cutting off all the end pieces in the process. But if I don't, it'd be good to know right now and get rid of it. I think that one could be one. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to believe that it is, and I'm going to bin this one too. Come on, out you go. Thank you. Just as a precaution, I've got the material, I've got the fret wire. I'm going to make sure the fret slot is cleaned out so it'll all fit beautifully. Yeah, that was my mistake. It shouldn't be the case, but it is the case. And so what you end up with is that one was just sticking slightly high on that end, because basically they couldn't and you can't bend that very first bit, because it goes the way it goes into the roller thing. It's impossible to bend it, which is really, really funny. That means you kind of waste the first bit. But it isn't so much of a problem when you use long pieces of wire, which I do. You only have that bit at the beginning, and then the whole rest of the wire is good. But I'm glad I remembered it. So there's a little learning thing for you and me both. Chop off the first 1.5 centimetres. of your wire, because it will be flatter than the rest. Okay, now this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 5. The second press down in a minute. Yeah. So that's good. Trust your eye, because I knew that wasn't good. That wasn't right. And I tried at first to press it down, thinking maybe I didn't press it down. And then, as you saw, I suspected the slot not being clean enough, and then it hit me what it really was, and I was able to correct it. Okay, lovely. So that's why having a bit of extra material is good, extra wire, because you can make those decisions just like that and sort things out quickly. Okay, now it looks down there. Yep, good. What I might do is I might just go down one more time across all of them, just for good measure. I think we're on the go. End up putting some glue onto the fret. Well done. Okay, that's looking good. So, recap on tonight's achievements. I have basically re-coated the conductive shielding paint. So that's we've got 2 layers of paint on there in the cavities. Done the refret, which we'll now leave till tomorrow to edge file backwards to flatten all of these frets back. We've got most of the wiring done, as much as we can do, until we've got the body is completely dry, but I think it should be very nearly. Okay, so that needs to just be put somewhere safe and allowed to just dry. And then tomorrow we will bring into the game this beastie here, which is the edge beveling file, and I've included a piece of foam on it to help pad this, because it's bloody sharp, and then we'll use that to cut back flush so that the fret ends are exactly flush with the finish, and then we can go over with a little bit of poly later on and sand that back and shine it up. So there we have it, the neck refretted. So once you've got everything prepared, you've got you've done the slots and so on and so on, putting the frets in is in a way an easy part of it, but it's getting everything prepared beforehand, give you the best chance of having those frets sit in and being ready to pull anything that is just not behaving correctly because of the, as we found, the flat end of the fret wire. And it's simply because as you feed it into the bender, either here or in the case of that up at the factory where they pre-bent it, the very first bit can't be bent. It doesn't connect both wheels in the same way, and so it only starts really doing the complete bend when you have the first bit through both wheels, and then it starts to bend at that point. So it is an excess that you need to throw away. Okay, right. There is a little thing here, a little ding that'd be quite nice to fill out, but actually I think we could just as easily do that with poly, paint and poly. You know what? No. Right, okay. What else can I do with this tonight? Let me see. I could possibly I could hook up the little, in fact, I'm more than certain I could hook up the little jumpers. They're things I call jumpers. They are in fact ground wires. So the idea of the Faraday cage is so that, let's get rid of this a minute. The Faraday cage, the idea is that you place your electrical components and their wiring inside of a grounded, let's put this down here so you can see. Yeah, you keep all your components inside a grounded box, I suppose you would call it. Can I see the numbers? Yeah, numbers are going. And so that box is, it needs to, it can't, well, part of what happens is that the bridge, the metal bridge sits on here. So what we can do is we can put some paint on top of here so the bridge sits on that as well. So that's continuous. The bridge is grounded already, which should ground this. If I do that, it will ground that part of the thing. So I don't need to put a wire through there. But I'll end up putting a wire up to here because nothing reaches here. And there's no wire foil or anything on the underside of the scratch plate. So, in fact, foil on the inside of the scratch plate sort of isn't much use where most of the scratch plate is sitting over wood. It really needs to be, it's only any good if that was a cavity like an electrics cover and you put the cover over and then the inside is shielded as well. Because the pickup sticks out through there, you don't really get much effect. And of course the other thing is, because your pickup sticks out into the air, of course it can't be shielded as such. I think with the Telecaster, you could argue that the cover is shielded, so it probably does have some benefit. But on a lot of other types of pickups, especially when they're hung from plastic surrounds, the pickup is open to the radio frequencies and there's nothing protecting it. So what I'm just going to do here is, in fact, that's something I think that's grounded. We could probably overcome the need for too many wires by doing the following. All that these cavities have to be is in electrical contact with ground, okay? And at the moment, as they stand, none of them will be until we take the ground wire in from the jack, and it usually goes to the top of the pot. Then we'll take one from the top of the pot to this cavity wall here. That cavity wall, if I were to bring it up here like this and make a connection, I don't obviously want it so thick that it sort of gets in the way of the thing closing, but let's say we droop some into that little hole as well. And if we do that, then that gives us a contact for the plate. So the plate is by definition grounded because the earth wire goes to the pots and the pots touch the metal plate. The plate will be grounded, so therefore if we can make the plate touch this conductive goop, then that rest of that cavity will be grounded, right? So we can avoid putting an extra wire in there, which is pretty cool. Now this one will remain, it's unhooked from everything, there's nothing grounding it, except if we want to, because it's all under cover, right, we could do this. Oh, no, we can't go too far that way, can we? Because there's a thing. Okay, so we can't go past a certain point there. So we're going to, if we do that, we're going to need that to touch, we're going to need a metal strip. Okay, I'll do it slightly differently. We need a strip to come out of here. Where does it go to? Yeah, we will need a wire because that bit, the cover, scratch plate sits over there, and we can't make a continuous connection So I think we're stuck. We don't want to be putting screws in that bit. What we can do for the bits that are hidden, okay, we can connect the this cavity here to this cavity here, like this. And what we'll do is, to make the connection, we'll put some foil on the inside of the scratch plate at this point. So when that touches that, it will ground. If that's grounded by a wire, it will then ground this cavity as well, which is just a little bit extra. It's no big deal. But the idea of the shielding is so that every space that your wires run through can be electrically grounded, so that it protects against the unwanted radio frequency interference coming through. How successful it is anyone's guess. Okay, so that will be grounded, but we need to make it ground this. We will do the following. We'll bring a bit out here like this. It'll be underneath the bridge plate, but we'll make sure it's continuous with the stuff on the wall, and so on throughout there. So that means the bridge plate will touch this patch here, and that will make this pocket here grounded. Okay, so all we need to do is to have one grounding wire out to this cavity here. And we got, oh no, that one touches there and grounds that one, that's fine. We can't run to there continuously because the cover doesn't allow us to. That one will be grounded. So we either need to ground physically, take a wire from a pop top to here or to here. And I guess the only question is, where's the most room? And it will be in here. So if we ground that, this thing will ground this. So I think we'll make the physical connection from here back into there. Okay, that's what we do. That brings things out. A couple of other things I've got to do tonight, which are not related to this job. First is, I need to make a custom tusk adjustable nut. Right, but meanwhile, let's get the soldering iron heated up. Let's get some wire. I'm going to need one of my eye connectors, like so. That's going to end up going to the pot top, so that's no problem. We need just the one end. We'll use some black wire to keep it as hidden as possible. And we're going to go from, hopefully it won't be seen anyway, we're going to go from there to there. And just cut back a little bit. Oh, well done. How did that happen? Thank you. And I actually want to. Yeah. Touch. Okay, might want to put a little bit more on there as well, just to give it the best chance of touching it. Okay, so I'm just going to cut the plastic off this little crimp connector, because I don't want the plastic bit, I just want the metal eye. So off comes the plastic, on goes the eye, And I need the correct, some pliers to crimp it down with. I'll try this one. Okay. Right. Bring that to here. So the idea is I'll make a little hole inside of the little cavity there, and we'll tap a screw into there, and the screw will hold this to the wall of the shielding, so that we make an electrical connection to there. Thank you. Very good. And then we'll preload this end for later, and we've got the pots in there, and that will then go to the top of one of the pots. So to help it on its way, I like a blob on there. Give it a good chance. Right, so that's that bit done. The next part is we need a screw that fits the bill. Now, the problem with this is there's a minimum, there's a certain size to those eye connectors, and if we go too small with the screw, it falls through the eye connector and does nothing. So we need one that will convincingly go into the wood, go into that material there and hold this in place. So I'm going to get me, I won't even bother with the pilot hole because it's such a short screw. I will get the screwdriver, check it's a good one, not the right one. That's good. So this is still wet, but that's not a problem. Except it does get a bit mucky, that's true. Let's help it on its way, just fractionally. Okay. Be very careful to keep the temperature down and keep it at an appropriate distance. What have I done with it? No, you can't see this. Okay, there it is. So we're going to go through here with this. Thank you. Out into there. I think what I'll probably do is straight away stick that down out of the way. Just try it till it's needed so it doesn't go anywhere. Somewhere like that will be good. Right. Then we get our screw and we find a place in the floor of the channel and we screw in this eye. There you go. There we are. So that's that grounded to there, which will ground this one, and this one will be grounded because it touches that one. And I'll get the paint, I'll do two more little bits and then we'll put the body away for the time being. Another brush. Yeah, so that'll be it for now. I think I may have said before, this is industrial strength conductive stuff that a European Reloved Guitars friend pointed out to me, and showed me where he got it from, and it's an industrial supplier for a different, I can't even remember what the industry was now, some sort of, maybe the film, or anyway, some electronics industry. So it's and I'll paint this over the top as well to make sure we've got a good connection. Yeah, so it's like an industrial scale supply of this stuff, which he put me onto. And actually what this is because it's these pots are a sample pack for a large scale supply for a different kind of industry altogether, which is, that's right, they use this for painting entire rooms in certain electrical installations, okay, or SPY, who knows what it is, but it's, you know, it's manufactured for large scale painting applications to shield entire rooms. And I think it is a bit sort of, not dodgy, but I think it's a bit sort of conspiracy, you know, so you can't have government looking or whatever. Anyway, but the point is it's used for that. And as a result, they're kind of expecting to sell thousands of litres of the stuff to people to you know, insulate their, conductively shield their establishments. And so because their volumes of sale are typically so big, I paid 40 quid for 6 of these pots, but they're sample pots. So they come in lots of different strengths, and they have slightly different properties. They are all electrically shielding, which is good, but they have various technical properties which aren't relevant to guitar shielding, but are relevant to whatever their true application is. But as far as I'm concerned, 6 pots of that stuff for 40 quid is way cheaper. I mean, the volume is a quart or something, I don't know, quarter of a pint or something. The volume is just massive compared to what you can buy here to shield your equipment with, your guitars with. So anyway, there we have it. Everything ready shielded. All that needs is to connect to a pot, and the pots need to be connected to the jack, and then everything in this mix will be shielded. Oh, there is one thing I'll do to make sure this carries through, and that is to put some tape on the back side of this. That's the only other thing we need to do. And it needs to go in the direction across this little strip here. So I'm going to make it run from here to here. And it's nothing terribly clever. It's going to run to there. It's going to run to there. And that's all it's going to do. It's going to be a piece of metal foil tape. You could use copper tape. I don't think I've got any of that. I might have some fragments of that sitting around, but I don't have any that I know where it is. So I'm just going to do this, run that to there, and obviously cut around these bits here. That will help me make the connection between this and that. Oh, sorry, this and that. Probably my flaw in my thinking is if that's grounded there, no, it still needs to be grounded to here. You could try and put the paint all the way through that tunnel. It's only a short tunnel at this neck pickup, but you never know whether it gets all the way through. I'd rather have a physical connection that I know is there. Okay, so that's my little nod to getting it all shielded off. And the shielding for David is a complimentary service on top of the full refret and setup. Since I'm under here anyway, why not? It would take longer and it would be more fiddly and cost more if it was copper, as simple as that. But because it's because we're using the conductive paint, and that will now sit on there this stripe, where is it, from the middle? Actually, it's not in a straight line from there. Let's put another bit on. This will can make a conductive join. Yeah. So doing it with the paint is a lot easier physically because it's paint and it goes on smoother, quicker, without all the folding and crumpling and cutting and all the stuff you have to do when you're using tape. This sort of stuff. But tape also is quite satisfying because it looks very cool. But the problem is you have to have tape that is certain to have conductive glue on the back, otherwise you're not making a continuous electrical circuit. And I think in the past, a lot of people will have, in their time, will have used tape that hasn't got a continuous circuit on it. Okay, there we go, through and through. Right, so that's that, and we'll put this off to one side to leave it for 24 hours along with the neck, and that's it for now. This will be ready to put in place. Now, what I don't have at the moment is the pickups going into there. I might off camera just double check, since I've got my output here, I might actually just off camera just do a double check that I've got the switch is in the right order. There's nothing worse than putting it together and then discovering you've got it back to front. So I'll just check it off camera. I can use the original pickups to do that test, and I'll use my test cables as a nifty way of doing it. So what I'll do is, while the soldering iron's on, I will just tin these wires before I go anywhere else. Yeah, this question about whether or not those were the original electrics, where have they gone? Somewhere over here. Whether these things were the original electrics, I'm not 100% sure, only because I don't remember the Japanese using mini pots in these guitars, but I could be completely wrong. Also, these are just, in inverted commas, just plain polyester capacitors, which I also don't remember. Certainly not in my JV Squire from exactly the same, or just slightly earlier period. I don't recall. I'm sure there were full-size pots. I know that for a fact. So yeah, maybe it is correct. But you know, obviously the bridge is non-original. So who knows if the pickups are. The bridge is definitely non-original. What else? The strap buttons are non-original. So you know, there's a possibility that the pickups might not be original either. Who knows? Anyway, that's it for now on this bit. So I'll see you later. It just occurred to me that I might as well get these done, get these installed, these new pickups. So I'm just going to bring back my body to me, which is this thing here. There's no reason why not to, actually. Oh, my phone's gone pop, pop, pop. Not what you can see in there. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Look, the business, the thing, something like that. That'll do. Right. So what we've got to do is we've got this one here. it's going to sit on top of that there, and these through 2, 3, 2 are going to go through here. There you go. So this is the new bridge, and the new pickup, all trying to go through the same hole and clearly failing. Come on now. No, don't make this bit difficult. Okay. Out come the wires. Right. Have we got room to get? Yeah, we got room. Okay, let me get the what can we call it? The screws to anchor it down with. Not one of them's not the best condition in the world, but we have to live with it because we've got to work with. How many of them are there? Pray tell. 4, 5, 4, 5, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 4. Okay. Now, okay. So let's just do something. Let's just do something. Before we do that, let's take that out, put it there. Let's do the area around here, around the bridge, with some clean up stuff. You might as well. So it's just these areas here. I'm just going to give it a little bit of a get down here. Don't want it to be too clean, but I would like to get a bit around where the bridge sits, so I don't have to worry about getting in there afterwards, because it's quite difficult once you've fitted a bridge, getting it getting in and around it to clean the surface is challenging. So this is going to take all the sort of fly poop and stuff that gets collected on the body after all those years, and water, what do they call it, watermarks. It's where drops of water have hit the finish and sort of dried out, leaving whatever the water contained. So I'm just going to give this lot going over here, and then I just tested the pickups, by the way, and tested the wiring, and the wiring's good. Come over there, bit of spare goo. Doesn't need much of this stuff, just enough to clear, give it a bit of a freshen up. So I'm avoiding the shielding paint. I'll just lift this out of the way so we get to this bit. Get away. So most of this will be under the scratch plate anyway, but a lot of it will be under the scratch plate, but it's nice to give it a freshen up if we can. Certainly before putting the bridge on anyway, that's the important bit. It's quite a bit of goo, as you can see. Oh, look, while I'm at it, it seems silly not to do this bit now as well. Let's just do all of it. And then we can, having done that, really put the pickup in, put the bridge on with the bridge pickup, and actually hook the wiring up and put the body out of the way. And we're only left with the neck to do. So there's a clean up. It's like a higher quality version of T-Cut, but for guitars, which is good. So it gives us a sort of lift off the grime. Obviously it doesn't fix dents and chips. It can't magic. It's not magic, but it's it does bring lift all the grime off the surface and gives it a nice shine. Occasionally you miss and drag some of the black stuff with you, but hey, that's the way it goes. I can get a cleaner one for the rub down later, but that's the main part of it. So what you want to do? What you want to do is let's do a brig the neck pickup first. There we are. So this is going to go through there first. Now this gets, the wires are going to get mucky here because that's still a little bit wet in there. We'll just bring that to there. What I haven't got is any springs, because we know the ones that were on the original were terrible, so we're going to need to do some finding of springs. There's both of them. Okay, what have we got for springs? Let's get some from here. I wasn't going to do this bit today, but I thought, well, you know what, we might as well, since we're most of the way there, let's get this bit done. There's two there, and we've got some, oh, they've got rubber ones, I didn't see them, they've made them clear, so it's hard to see the squidginess. They're silicone, but they're transparent, not like the what do they use? Normally use a latex looking stuff. Now then, we need are these too long? These, I think they might be too long, you know. Let me find the originals. Yeah, they're too long. Let's use the originals. Don't need that much. Shorties. Better fit as well. Better fit. Better fit. We'll use these to keep it consistent. Although they're quite difficult to keep on, sometimes I've had to put a bit of grease in there or something just to hold them in place so they don't fall off. Because you pull them through and you find your holes. Where do these go? Come on. Now we had a measurement before. far through this needs to sit. We better get that right now instead of later. What did I say? Oh look, 5mm. What was the pickup height previously? Kick your, switch your amp on accidentally because it's because we aren't going to get to adjust it later on. Why is that sticking up? Okay. Height 8.14. This is annoying me. Stay out of the way, please. .83. All right, well, a tiny bit more, and then we'll call that in place. 3, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Actually, we're fractionally up on the bass end. A couple more turns. 4, 5. It's a bit crude, but you bend them forward really to get them to stay straight. All looks good. 5.83, I'm calling that done. Right, so that's through there, that's there, that's that. Very good. Let's get some, have we got some? No, yes, let's get some, oh, we got some here. Let's get some fresh pickguard screws. Look at that, oh nice. Brand new. I mean, the way this sits in there, probably could have done a single continuous paint stripe all the way through, but I didn't want to because I didn't want to run the risk of it standing out in the gap. Okay, so look at that. Brand new scratch plate screws. This sits up a little bit, but it's only because it's changed its shape with age, really. It's shrunk over the years, they usually do. It's not actually too bad, considering by the time you put the screws on it, it sits down okay. Okay. Lovely. That is that bit. Now this bit. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, let's do something else. Let's put the neck pickups wires over here so we know where they are. Now let's get the bridge wires through. Come along, go through you, Oh, come on, why does one get stuck and the other one goes through? That's not fair. I don't have to tie them together, but I will if I have to. Thank you. There we are. Now we have to put down, these are standard screw driver bit. Where's the slightly ground up one? Is it this one? Yeah. Let's put that furthest out of the way so you can't see it and be offended by it. Now, this needs us to be able to move up to one side. Yep, that will do. Okay, let it sort of position itself, sort of locate itself based around the countersinks, really. Very good. Okay. Oh, that's good. Got ahead of the game here today then. Wiring I know is good. Front of the body is polished. We can wire this up right now without any further ado. We can even put the jack socket on as well. Right, there we go. So what we have here is basically a few things, some things. Now we have the bridge down here. Now it's always tempting to cut these back too far, and then we don't want to make that mistake. So what I'm going to do is put that on there like that, just to keep things out of the way. So we're going to have it set up like this, which means the bridge is going to come in to this far one here. Now I have to say this cloth pullback wire isn't brilliant. It does work because you pull it back and lo and behold, there's your wire exposed, and it will work if we get some tin or get some solder on it now, just to stop it unravelling anymore, and we've got a piece we can work with then. There we are. I haven't got my other cutter here, but let's just snip that there like that. So the plan will be to get that one into there, like so. Doesn't really matter which way, but it's going to come up from underneath ultimately. I need a bit more solder on this bit here. So a little blob of solder, because this connection is only going to be a touch connection. There's no hole that I'm going to get this through to make this work. So we're going to soften up the blob on top. We're going to bring it to meet the one underneath. It might just go through actually, just a little bit. Now we have it. That's the bridge hot. Now we can grab hold of the neck hot and prepare to do the same. The neck hot is going to, let's just get these two somewhere we can reach both of them easily. Right, the two earths. Pull back this a little bit. There we go. Pull back wire, push back wire. Now, truthfully, we don't want the wire pulled back too far. So we can sort of cut it off a bit and let it pull back. Now this is a little bit starting to run out of space here. So we'll get this connected as neatly as we possibly can. Not quite sure how well this is going to sit together. Made the connection okay. Right, so now we've got two earths, which we can again pull back and make a connection together. These both go to one of the pots. But let's start by coiling them together a bit. Now we also have a third one here which we can bring into this deal as well, since we might as well only deal with one thing at a time. Let's just snip that bit off. Take a bit of this, a bit more of this off. And let's incorporate this one into that big pile of earth wires, and we'll get that all stuck together nicely with some solder. Okay. Now, the challenge now is only to get this to the top of one of these pots, and we've got a few different places we can go to. I've got a feeling that the best one touchdown wise is going to be this one, so I'm going to go with that. So it's going to take a bit of heat transference, and I hope that's going to work. Like he said, hopefully. Come on. Come on, all of you melt. Gosh darn it. I could kill these things. Swear to God, all that wasted heat, man. Jesus, come on. Lord have mercy. I cannot keep this thing in place. Thank you. Do the business. Right, let's try one more last time. Soften up, spread out. Damn you. Okay. Now, what I have to say is on this setup, we now have these little lugs on the side of here, which I don't want to run any risk that they touch out on the edge of this. They shouldn't do, but let us be absolutely certain about it, and let's do our best to make sure by placing some tape down in there, and I want that just to hit the side of the wall. I don't know if it's likely to hit the side, but when you do use shielding, you can run into that problem sometimes. Okay, let's just get these pinned down. All of this needs my fingerprints wiping off it now, but that's the way it is. Now we'll know pretty much straight away if it grounds out because of the way the switch sits. Obviously it's not a conventional, sort of very conventional switch. So a smart thing to do at this point in time is to get our little test rig things out. How can you see? Yeah, you can see. Good. What we do is this saves us tons of time and misery in the long run. We'll hook those onto the live and the ground and the live in order. Bring up our back plug, switch on the amp, hook up the hot to the hot, the ground to the ground, and and then we will now test our pickups. Job done. Okay. Very good. So that's a good bit about doing the little test first. And now we feel much more comfortable about just cleaning up this old, or the original it is, jack input. Nothing wrong with it, it just is the original, or an original, and it wasn't very beautifully attached, so let's get this off. There we go. We'll clean up the holes as well in a second. Come on. Oh, hard going. There's the solder sucker. We'll come at it this way. It's not very helpful. My solder sucker's stucker. $3.91. I keep adding bloody temperature to this. Every time I click it, it goes hotter. I think this solder sucker's sort of had its day, actually. I think we're nearly worn out. They're only a couple of quid, but they're annoyingly stupid little piece of equipment. That won't work. Sorry, I won't insult you again, solder sucker. You're a perfectly usable piece of kit. Right, let's just check something. Yeah, we could probably do with a bit of low grip thread lock, just to keep it in place. One of the worst and most annoying things that can happen to you when you're playing guitar is that the jack socket comes undone. So I'm using a low tension thread lock because it seems to do a pretty good job. I used to use the blue stuff, but it really was a bit too beastly. It would do the job all right, but it did the job a bit more than you probably ever wanted it to. So I had to spend quite some time taking bits off that didn't want to come apart once, and involving Dremel, all manner of things, Dremel, cutting discs and stuff. It was not really what you'd want. So that's going to go that way, and that's going to go like that, I think. So I use this to protect my fingers while I give it a good tighten. Of course, you can use the adjustable spinner if I can find it more easily. It's not a lot to grip on to get some real extra force into that. It's a bit of a flimsy object in the first place, is the jack socket, but I think we'll be all right. Okay, so we now have the wiring it up business, and this is amazing how easy this is to get wrong, he said, speaking to himself. I have an amazing propensity to getting this bit wrong. The only two ways it can go, right or wrong, and I seem to be able to get it wrong plenty of times. So I have to say it out loud. Ground, to the middle, ground to the middle, ground control to the sheath part of the socket. Come on, out you come. I have no hands that will obey me, and no bits of wire that will do as they're told. Now let's try and get these helping hands to help. I don't really want to. It's a bit low down for them. Let's start with that. Let's try and get this warmed up and done. Come on. Thank you. Come on. There we go. Let's have it all. Yeah. Plenty of solder. I need to get the small pliers, cutters, side cutters is what they're called. Small side cutters. Okay, and there's that bit, and now there's this bit. And this bit is the hot, and it's the separate bit that goes to this end thing. And that's all in the right place, isn't it, Samuel? Oh no, my phone's going off. Okay. Okie dokie. Right, that will be this part of the game done. There we have our jack plug done. Now, where's our curve? It's a flat thing, really, but it does still have a bit of a curve on it. So we have to make it work. The amazing thing is I found that these things can touch out on paint or finish, lacquer. So even if they're not touching shielding, sometimes they can touch out just by hitting the finish on the inside of the tunnel, which is a bit annoying as well. But hopefully, again, this won't, but what we'll do as well is we'll double check it with the jack plug. Every step of the way we want to make sure, because there's nothing worse than thinking you've got it done and then a simple thing like the plug touching the finish in the tunnel, and because of that you're shorting out, and the customer when the guitar comes back can't play it, which is absolutely no darn good. So, catch, throw on the floor. Okay, so last little test any minute now, just to be confident that's in where we want it to be. Just push those things out of the way. Jack socket in there. All good. Little thing to test. Good. All is good. All is quiet on New Year's Day. God, where the switch? I still, after all this time, I still can't quite find the switch on that blasted amp. And it's not that difficult. It's right there on the back, but I can never find it. Okay, so that's very good and very good. I'm going to put this aside now. All of that's ready to go. Rewired, new pickups. Complete rewire. New pickups, new pots. New bridge, new plate, new pots. Same switch. It's the only original bit. But the other bits are saved in a department of bits. Okay, that's great. That's it for now. I'm going to knock this on the head. See you in a bit. Nice picture from here, actually. It looks very untidy, which it really is, but there you go. See you in a while. Hello again, welcome back. This is the next day, and you can see it's still as untidy as the previous day because I haven't really done anything. I've just come back up to the workshop, and we're here to get this done. So I'll be doing a bit of setting up now, a bit of fret working, and a bit of everything else as we go. So what are we going to do? Oh, don't you make those funny noises from the next. I don't know who you are. I'm going to get a lamp. Two clamps? Yeah, 2 clamps. I'm going to get 2 clamps, and I'm going to get a little bit of foam rubber. Just grab a hold of the headstock. So this is the time to use the fret end beveling, edge beveling file. So you probably get a better view only from here. So this isn't the best. Yeah, okay, maybe it will do. Let's just look with my back with the mirror. The mirror. Oh yeah, right on the edge there. Look, that's good. Yeah. There we can see it. You can see what I'm up to. Right. So this is how it goes, with the neck held down and the beveling block. Our job is to gently cut back the edges of the frets. Now, to begin with, it's very lumpy, so you can't really hold anything down too much because it will get caught on the longer ones. So it's that kind of business of doing a bit and then kind of letting it ride over using the ends of the file. Once it gets to roughly the same sort of lengths, you can then start using it more straight down the neck. So at the moment I'm just very loosely using this. If you don't like this sort of tool, you can use a Dremel to file the stuff back. You can use a file if you want to. You have to be careful not to hit the edge of the fretboard. So it's not an easy process to begin with, but as I say, once you get them similar length, you start to be able to run along them much more smoothly, but it certainly isn't doing that at the moment. Also, if you kind of go a bit on the angle to begin with, you can also ride down the frets a little bit more smoothly. But the thing is, what we really want to do first of all is to square it all off flat. We don't want to be doing the bevel part of it just yet. So the biggest danger of this file is this brutal looking file here. It's always a risk. If this skips up and scrapes down the fretboard, that is going to cost you. In the case of some frets like this that don't have a very tall fret height to begin with, that can cost us basically this set of frets, and we might have to re-fret. So on this, it's absolutely critical to keep this file down so it doesn't skip up at any point. So I'm sort of working on a spot here, and I'm pressing downwards as well. Whatever happens, I have to keep this thing flat on top, pushing down. I mean, the truth is, you're trying to get two forces. You're trying to get basically down and across to get some bite on the frets, which means ultimately you end up with a diagonal force, which is not as safe as a straight down one. So it's the across part of the force that is in danger of causing this file to skip. So the only way around it is to keep it pressed down so there's no chance of it skipping. So as we get a little bit more beveled, we get closer to the same length, and now we can move everything up, sorry, move it more vertical and get the full length of the neck. Now, in my experience, this can be the dangerous point as you start to speed up, where you can be at risk of causing the skipping. But that's starting to get closer to the edge. So it's just a matter of being very careful. It takes longer down this end because there are more frets grouped together, so it's got more metal to cut. So you have to be quite thorough. To begin with, you just want to be about 3 degrees off vertical that way, but just a tiny fraction. So you're cutting a lot of metal to get it flush, but you still need to round off or straighten up to get it really flush. At this point, it'll be scuffing the finish. There's no way you can get these frets flush without touching the original finish. That's just a fact of life. So now they're pretty much flush down here. I'm going to allow the bevel to cut now, so I allow it to ride up this way, and this is the danger area. So I'm going to both go slow and keep pressing down as I go. More repetitions and less force is the idea, I think. And when you get there, it'll reach a point where it travels along without much resistance. Okay, so what I'll end up doing, possibly fill this little gap over here, and then I'll probably hand paint some finish or some poly on the edge of here, just to keep it nicely tidied up. Okay, so that's our flush cut. As flush as we need to go, and then we'll go on with just keep it going with the bevel until we get to the exact right leg. Now this bevel thing is completely freehand. You can keep going until you're I don't know really, what's it, about 45 degrees, but really we don't want that much. The reason for that is partly because if you cut a very flat bevel 45 degrees or more, you lose fret playing surface. Simple as that. And you lose fret playing surface, you end up having to, your strings run the risk of falling off the edge for a start. And you have to, your spacing has to be closer together. Okay, so from what I can feel here, I'm pretty much right on the mark. It's absolutely flush and quite straight up. So I'll just do a last sort of run down here to check. A little bit still to go off here. The end is quite difficult to get down because it's got this in the way, and you're sort of starting right on the end, so it doesn't really want to cut quite so thoroughly. Same with the end one here. the first fret, you need to give it a little bit of extra attention. Okay, so there's the first side done. Where you can see it best. Okay, so we're nice and flush, but it's scraped the edge of the finish, which it always will do on a refret, like I say, but we can recover that with some that stuff. What's it called? You know what it's called? Poly finish. 120 is this? Let's have a bit of 180. Where's the 180? There it is. 180. And 120 as well. What's this one? 120, same thing. So at this point, as we're getting each side done, we can take some 180 and we can run this down here to smooth off the final marks off the fret ends, because right now they're very rough because of the grip of the file, if you like. So this will help us to start to smooth that off and round it off. The thing is, you can actually, you can smooth all of this off with micro mesh, for example, and it's pretty effective, although probably still use some poly finish. You also can do, if you don't want it to if you try to limit the amount it rounds off your fret edges, you can use a block to keep it very still, very straight, and run down the frets like this. There we go. So that's nice and flush. And then we still have filing and rounding off to do, but meanwhile, let's get the other side of this done. So we'll switch clamps around. Put that there. Something like that. The clamp always runs a risk of getting a bit in the way, which is slightly annoying. This one just stops the heel from going sideways. So again, we're back to this. Now, if you have any frets that are sticking out really far, and if you can get in close with your end clippers, which I can actually, then go in and do so. I forgot these were quite a lot more close fitting than others that I've used. Let's just trim these. That'll make the job a bit easier. Yeah, they're much closer, snugger fitting. Would have made the job much easier. You watch now and see how much quicker this is going to be on this side. You've got to be careful if you are trimming back like this that your pliers don't cause anything of the frets to pull up in any way. So I'm actually cutting these with a very slight bevel on them, even with this. Okay, so just going just to the side of the spring tree, which if we needed to, we could take off as well. Okay, so back with our block. So I've got this right, this is now right in my way. Let's move that down here. Let's move this whole thing down here if I can. I seem to have, I think I just need to move that. It's my sandpaper, which is kind of cool, but actually it's just getting in the way. I keep my 400 grip, so I shall find a new home for it in a minute. Okay. Okay, right, better. It still needs that careful, slow start. As you can see, we can get all the way up and down from the outset because I trimmed it. The other thing to remember is the further away from you the block is, the more likely it's going to jump this way if you're not careful. So, if you can sort of get in the middle, like here, be more over the top of it, the better. Also, the bit to watch out for is here. If you come back and clang the edge of that, you'll get a cut in the headstock, which we don't want to do. So it's very much about taking care at this point. So, we are probably good on the length side of this now. So now we're going over to bevel part. Okay. Now it could be that a piece of this works better than the block. The block keeps it very straight, but this lets it have a bit of sponginess as we go up and down. Let's have another bit this way. Right. Now, what I'm going to do next is just have a quick look, make sure it feels good from both sides. Yep. Okay. So now I'm going to round off. Whoa, come back. I'm going to round off the fret ends with this file here. And what it does is it just takes the sharp face of the fret away and just rounds it off a little bit, and it will make keeping it soft easier. Every time we sand it down with a flat surface, we can turn it back into a sharp ended thing and put it almost like a knife edge back on it. But if we keep it rounded off like this, it gives us a chance to stop it ever getting sharp again. Now, of course, as I said right at the beginning, way back when, and it's unlikely to, but if this neck were to shrink, then you can get your sharp frets back because the ends stick out a very tiny bit. And if that happens, then you need to sand it back so that you get rid of the sharp edges. And the point is, if the neck expands again, away from, in other words, it starts off by being too sharp, shrinks inwards, leaving these stranded. If it goes the other way, then that's not a problem, because it's never a problem having the frets very, very microscopically shorter than the wood, because you don't notice that and you don't feel it, and you certainly don't see it really. It's only when they protrude outwards by a tiny fraction that your fingers pick it up, because they're so sensitive. So what I'm doing is just rounding off those flat edges of the arch shape with this concave file. And then we can follow that up with sandpaper to soften everything up further. And then once I do the fret leveling part of the setup, then we extend the sanding, once we've done the fret leveling, to include these fret ends, and we just keep them sort of in the loop and keep them soft. It actually feels quite good. So we've got 120, we used 180, so we won't use 120. So if we've used anything else on this now, the next stage we'll use is 400 when we get to the sandpapering. So if we have some 240 here, which I think we might have. Yes, no. 120. Yeah, a little bit of 240. So we can get a bit of 240 here and use that to go down the sides with. So that'll be a nice halfway point to our 400. Actually, the last grit, if you like, that we'll be using on the neck will be 300 of the fret crowning file, which will be on the tops, and then the 400 will pick that 300 up and go on from there. So the idea of the sanding out process is that you've got to remove each step. You have to remove the last marks created by the previous step. So you've got to think through your grades. So if the last tool that I use on here is going to be 300 grit, then 400 should pick up those marks and get rid of them. And then after that we go to 600 and onwards and so on. So that's a good start. It actually feels pretty nice as is. I could play that now, just inverted commas, having done that much work on it. But what would be good would be to paint over this a little bit. What I might do is I might do the setup part of it first and then do the painting over as the last part at home. But meanwhile, I probably want to fill this little dent in. I don't know, it's not that bad actually. Now maybe I'll just leave it to do with poly finish. We'll put a bit of poly on the edge here. You can even do it with a wipe on, you know, look at the damp little rag, and let it. What we do is let it dry, put a few more coats on, and then we blend the two in together and buff them out. Actually, we probably don't even need to buff them out. We can do it with micro mesh paper and get it to a nice glossy finish. We could micro mesh this now and come up to the same sort of finish, and you wouldn't notice, but it is down to the wood right on the edge, so it's nice. It would be nice to just put that on there. It's also rounded off a little bit too, thanks to the sanding, which is quite nice. It softens the edge of the neck altogether, makes it nice and comfortable to play. Okay, so that's pretty good. Now the thing is, at this stage in the game, the neck, I'm expecting it to be more or less flat because that's where I had it earlier on. But as you may have seen from lots of different videos, the neck is never truly flat or not. They almost always have some sort of ups and downs in them, sort of built into them. Actually, what I will do with this 240, I'll show you something I will do. So they're almost never truly flat, whatever you do with them. And if you curve them, they're almost never truly curved either. So the interesting part is, how do you then achieve relative fret levelness? Well, the way is with this banana fret leveling method, which I've used now for the last 5 or 6 years nearly. And the good thing about this method is that, and it's something I've learned along the way, I didn't really fully know at the beginning. There's something about the fact that because of the way we sample the neck with 3 single points, it's a bit digital. So we take a 3-point sample, and then we use the truss rod tool to simulate or represent those 3 points. And so we bend the truss rod neck to those 3 points. Now the interesting part of it is that you end up, because the truss rod is actually less organic and weird than this, you end up with a truer curve on the neck than you have actually got on on the truss rod than you have actually got on your neck. And the result of that is that it does a very neat little job, and that is where it finds slight unevennesses in this curve, it maps its sort of perfect curve onto it. And I'll just show you very simply. And we can use this one, can't we? Because I can see what I'm shooting to. So our neck is kind of like, I describe it like the seabed, right? Something like that. And we take 3 points, we put one there, and we put one there, and we put one there. And then we make a curve that is much smoother and crosses those 3 points. So you can see straight away that this curve is much smoother than this bottom matron. But what happens is, if I get my other finer pen, which is now just taking a walk. Right, here it is. If we can see this level of detail, what happens is when the truss rod curve goes down on there, it takes off that bit, maybe a bit of that, a bit of that. So there's little bits I've coloured in. It will kind of help to take out, which fixes the neck better than it was before. So it maps into the truss rod maps back into the frets tops a truer curve than the underlying fret neck wood allows, because it's organic and it's looking like that bottom of the seabed. Doesn't quite look like that, but anyway, that's an exaggeration. And so is the way that it cleans it up. But it's kind of on that principle, if you get what I'm saying. So, and it's a quality of this fret leveling approach that I didn't realise was doing that until later on. It sort of came to me. And it came to me because it was performing better in certain circumstances than I expected it to. So particularly where people, or I was finding fret slap, which is technically where there's not enough room for the strings to move. And I would be expecting let's hang this up. I need some more. I've got tons more batteries. Batteries, magnets. Yeah, so I was expecting the fret slap to resist the leveling and only improve if I added more neck relief. But actually what I found was that I would level out the uneven frets, then I would move on to just continuing the leveling a little bit. And by the end of that, I noticed that I got rid of the uneven frets and I'd got rid of the fret slap as well, which technically I shouldn't be able to do. It should require a higher action. So I had to try and work out why was that working so effectively. And the only answer I could come up with was that it was doing that. It was doing this thing with the ideal curve on top of the less than ideal surface or shape of the actual neck. So it was very interesting outcome. And so I've learned to have a bit more faith in it in that respect. And so from here onwards, inwards, I tend to be have a bit more trust in it, so that when I'm doing fret leveling and I come across that unevenness, then I'm able to have a little more faith that by the time I've done the leveling, that will be taken care of, and more often than not, it is. So it's a good example. Okay, I'm just clearing up a little bit so that we can do the next fun stage, which is actually reinstall the neck. And I'm going to have to, I should have done this off camera. I'm going to have to find a 9 gauge string to put on, or a 10 gauge string. That feels good. I'm happy with that. Carrying on now with the normal fret leveling process, that should end up very smooth as well. Now, if you remember, this had a shim in the neck pocket, and we could just replace that. I'm not entirely sure if we need to, but let's go with it. The thing about a shim is it doesn't really need to be as big as that, but the shim is necessary if we don't have the action, the downwards adjustment of the action that we need on here. So we don't really know about that yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace now the tuners so that we can put our guitar together again. And in doing so, we can set it up with some sacrificial strings. Now, also, we can't do that whole sacrificial strings process without doing the nut, which we'll do next. So, here we go. So these things only hold in place when we screw them into the... sorry, I'm at the wrong end of it. They only go in place when we screw them in. So as it happens just now, they're going to just be free falling. Let's find the right thingies. Separate out the tuner screws to make sure we're using the right ones, nothing else. That's that, and that. That should be 6 of those. Actually more than 6, 8. 1, 2, 7. So what I tend not to do is I tend not to put them in. There's one. I tend not to put them in tight to begin with. So we'll let them go through and sort of sit, because these butt right up to each other, and if you kind of force them before they're ready, they don't want to sit together properly. So I'm just getting them all back gently. So it's that principle of start loose and tighten up later. So it should be 8 screws, unless I've gone mad. I can't remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 7. Because they're all sharing screws, if you get what I mean. Okay. So we'll put the tuners on, tighten them up. We'll get the nut, the 9 gauge, 10 gauge, 12 gauge, 14 gauge, 16 gauge, 17 gauge, 18 gauge, 19 gauge, 20 gauge, 21 gauge, 22 gauge, 23 gauge, 24 gauge, 25 gauge, 26 gauge, 27 gauge, 28 gauge, 29 gauge, 30 gauge, 31 gauge, 32 gauge, 33 gauge, 34 gauge, 35 gauge, 36 gauge, 37 gauge, 38 gauge, 39 gauge, 40 gauge, 41 gauge, 42 gauge, 43 gauge, 44 gauge, 45 gauge, 46 gauge, 47 gauge, 48 gauge, 49 gauge, 50 gauge, 51 gauge, 52 gauge, 53 gauge, 54 gauge, 55 gauge, 56 gauge, 57 gauge, 58 gauge, 59 gauge, 60 gauge, 61 gauge, 62 gauge, thinned down to size and fit it. Now the question is, we could either, I'm not sure, did we talk about an adjustable nut or a standard one? We can have a look. I'll have a look in my notes. Actually, I think it's standard. I'm going to sneeze. So as a standard nut, it's on its little footing, and I expect it to be fairly closely matched, since this is practically the guitar it's supposed to be designed for. There aren't many more types of Fender with a curved slot other than this type. Okay, so these are our inline tuners in place. Lovely. Okay, get rid of those. Those are old Dream Tree things and old pickguard screws that are going in the bin or going back with the spares. Okay, let's chuck that away. Blow my nose before I sneeze. Bunk. Right. Okay, so let's just put the body safely over there. Now we've got to fit the thingamajig. And for that, I'm going to use a three grade what's it. Now we know from the beginning that we don't need to take much off to get it to fit in here, and then we're going to take it off the flat surface. Okay, and the main thing we've got to do here is to keep whatever we take off here even, so it doesn't lean in any direction or any other direction. So it's just a matter of reducing it very slightly. It won't be very much at all. Okay, it will very soon go in, but we have to be sure to keep it even. So I'm making sure there's a sort of central load when I run it backwards and forwards, and keep an eye on it so it doesn't cut unevenly. So it's very close to going in. Because it's, I should have thought of this, because it's a curved thing, I have to take off the little tab underneath here, and I can do it in a number of ways, but it's probably best to do it with a Dremel. So let me just get this to the correct thickness, and then we'll take off the little foot. The foot is there in case it's a flat slot, and this thing will work in a flat slot. So we're almost there, a little bit thicker at this end. So I'm going to turn it round and put a bit of pressure on this end. Very nearly there. I think that's about it for the, yeah, about as much as that I want to take off. What I'll do is I will put a thing on the Dremel. I'll put a sanding drum thing. Really, if you're going to do this with a Dremel, you want the fatter drum with a bigger radius. You don't want to put another curve if you can. I mean, it will be slightly curved anyway, because this is obviously greater than the 7.25. This is much tighter, but the bigger the better, just to take off this little tab. Now, it's probably better for me to take this cramping plug across to here, end up with this in the woodworking vise sticking out. And I'm just going to think of where I can bring or how I can get the nut to it. I'm just going to make a little noise for a minute. Get my nut here. And all I want to do is take this down flush with the curve. That's pretty much on it, spot on. Okay, so this is still a fraction thick at the bottom, but apart from that, it's going to go on nicely. Noticed about this is the tusk nut. There's quite a lot of space given to the base side of this. They're pretty good normally. Graphtec, I don't think they've got it wrong, but it privileges the base side. Now I know the string's thicker over that side and it probably ends up feeling just about right, but to me it kind of makes me think it's too wide on one side. That's sort of too much of a gap on one side. Okay, well the other thing is here we've now got a situation where there's a tiny difference between this this radius here and that one there, and that I have to say can only really be, who knows, historical mismatch over time. Just how it is. We'll do our best to smooth that off. In the case, throws it on the floor. Okay. That's the problem, is if you're working to a radius that's just fractionally different, you can actually end up getting it to sort of rock over the bend over the hump, as it were. Anyway. Yeah, they're not quite matched, and I wouldn't be surprised if the original is different from the modern one. Hard to tell because I can't see into the hole, but yeah, they seem to be right. I wonder if there's anything getting in the way of anything. It's still a little bit tight at one end or other, so it's probably the treble end feels a little bit snug, so I'll try and take a bit of that down. So who's been watching the absolutely awesome Mars lander saga? Who's thrilled by all of them across the years? I'm just blown away. I absolutely love them, all of them. Yeah, this is interesting. This is it's choosing not to sit totally smoothly in place. That's strange. I mean, there is a way you can do it. You could put a little strip in there, stick it down, and try and, we've got the radius there. We'll put a strip on there and try and just work that down to that radius exactly. That actually might be worthwhile doing. Let's do that. It's a little sort of problem-solving type of activity. Now, I seem to have lost a whole roll of double-sided tape, which is sort of crucial for my operation. Now, how has that gone? Because if that disappears, I am in trouble. Well, I've got to order some more then, but which is crazy because I depend on it, absolutely. It's not too much to ask, I tell thee. It's not there. This is gonna... And I used to have a different kind, a cheaper kind as well. I don't seem to have that either. Let me just have a quick look. Tapes, where have you gone? You're up here? No. You're in here? No. It's masking tape. Hello? Not good. This is going to be a problem. It's not here. Because it's not here, I'm throwing it away anyway. There by any chance? Chuck it away in there? No. Two of those, that's good. It's not that. Right, it is refusing to be found, so I'm going to have to figure out another way. That's kind of crazy because I had two different kinds that did the same thing. And I can't think of anywhere else they could be. Unless something's fallen down the back, in which case I'll never get it out anyway. So I had two types of double-sided tape. I've run out of one, and now I've fully run out of the other. It's going to be there, can't be there. It's not here. I could edit this bit for you if I was being kind. It's not up there, it's not there, it's not there, it's not there. Okay. It's not here, because it's not there. Not. Stains. This is all my templates. They tend to work. You use that tape with the templates, but be in there. It's not in there. Okay. There's nothing for it. I'm going to have to accept defeat and find some more. Damn. Which means in the short term, I quite literally can't do the thing I was aiming to do. I'll have to find another means to do it. I suppose, okay. The last thing I've got in my supply world is a bit of 400 grit tape, which I can use. Damn, this is an expensive way of solving the problem, but blade, please, thank you. And it's 400 grit, so it's not exactly that. Not as meaty as the one I was looking for, which was going to be 240. But the idea is I'll do this just for now. There's my 7.5 inch radius, and here's my nut that needs to fit. Now it's actually quite difficult to make it move smoothly. I'm just going to take my time. So for that, I'll need to hold this down gently, as before, or similar to before. Well, we've got, it's not quite so easy. Oh well, it'll keep it still, mostly. I'm just going to do my best to please her, just 'cause she's a living doll. I'm going to do my best to round that off to the correct. Oh, it's here I'm looking for. Best I can do. It could be that there's also It could just be grabbing in the middle at this point. May have not thinned it down enough in the middle. But I just want to make absolutely sure that it's as 7 1/4 as it can be. See, that's not too bad. Just the tiniest. Actually, with glue that would stick down. The amount difference now is so tiny, but it's a good approach to take because we can just very gently make sure the underside is. It's quite difficult to handle, so I'm having to kind of hold it in such a way that I'm convinced keeps it upright. I think that's as much as I'm going to do to it. Carefully peel that away. Okay, well that was the way around it. Note to self, go home and order some replacement double-sided. Can't live without stuff. Can't hold down templates without it, which is very strange. Okay, so I now have my nut helped to be the right size. Drop it in. That feels good. Yeah, that's really good. That's it's amazing how tiny the amount of difference can cause it to rock, baby. All right, so that's good. That's good. I'm not going to stick it down just yet. So what we need to do now is get ready to refit. That's this one. Refit the neck. We'll actually let's start without the shim. I'd rather start without the shim and see if we can get to where we want to go without it. So we've got the same neck bolts, but a new F plate. So just hold this all up. Sorry if the view isn't very good. I'm going to hold it all up here. I'm going to start by putting this. Now, I'm hoping that the F plate fits exactly the same footprint. Should do, but you never know. Things aren't always the standard that you think they're going to be. And then we'll go tighten up this one. And then diagonally opposite. And then here. They won't sit quite the same. The F plate isn't as countersunk as the other one is, but it'll do for now. So I'm going to put a 4 on the torque for a minute and do it up with that. Okay, examine it, look at it round. Okay. So, right, what we don't immediately know then is the way the string on these saddles will sit. They're low down. They're not as far down as they can be, but they're quite low down. So let me get some old strings from here, because one of these we're going to have to find a donor high E. If I can untangle it from my Christmas tree lights. And here's a set here that might also work. I have these hanging around. I have the feeling that if I don't use them right now, I should chuck them away. You go there, you go there. Because this one looks like it might do the trick, except it may be just maybe too thin. Let's try it and see. We've got the original set there, but we know we're missing an E because it bust. See what we can rescue out of this set. Okay, we've got to come through the body, so we're gonna, if we do find an E that we can use, it's going to have to be come up through a little rubber tube. Let's have a quick look. If it's not, no, that's too short. That's a pity. Well, maybe we'll keep this one anyway because it looks a good set. So that's part of the problem is if you've got a string through. In fact, I might not put it on string through to begin with. But if you have a string through, you've got to find a longer string to begin with to get up and through there. So if I can't find one, I'm going to have to go through the top mounting part, which we haven't got on this one. We had it on the other one. Damn. Let's put a paid to that. Again, I don't want to spend a set of strings just to do the fret leveling. I mean, it's important, and if we have to, we have to. We just charge for them. But so remember, we've got to, if we're going to get to this, that's no good. That's a short length. I think if that doesn't do for a Strat, I'm just going to bin it because there's no point holding this set of strings. There's pull 9s. Sometimes I label them, sometimes I don't. What are these? These are sort of look like test fitting strings, but they look kind of short, as if I've used them for a headless or something. No, nowhere near. I mean, it's good to have spare strings around for alignment of bridges and whatnot, but in this case, it ain't going to help me none. Okay. So, if I don't find something soon, what's this? Here's what that size is. This looks like a G. There's no point putting a G on the bloody thing, is there? That would fit, but it's the wrong damn string altogether. Okay, well, what I can at least try out is. Okay, that's not bad. That's not. I don't think that's too bad at all. No, that isn't bad. We don't need that shim in there. I don't think we need that shim in there. Well, Les Pauls won't reach. There's no point trying that set. Let's see what we got here. If this is far too boring for you, then please go and watch something exciting. There's a lot of it out there on YouTube. So I never grow tired of reminding people. I made a decision at the beginning of doing anything YouTube that I wasn't going to edit. And it wasn't because I hate my audience and want you to have a miserable time. It's got nothing to do with that. No, we can't reach it. What a waste. What a waste of time. It's purely because there's no payoff in it for me. I don't get nothing back from. We might go. No. We don't get anything back from, or it doesn't pay to edit, because unlike a lot of YouTubers, I'm not making videos to be liked, which may sound odd to people for whom being liked is an important thing. Right, none of this works. I'm going to have to cost me a set of strings, or cost the customer a set of strings. Sorry, David. It's just the way it is, I'm afraid. I don't want to keep those originals. I don't want to put the final strings on and give them back to you, because that just gives you back worn out strings, which is a pretty horrible thing. So I'm going to have to spend some string money. I'll just use these here. Just get the whole thing strung up. And then what I'll do is, actually, when I put these through, I'm going to make a business of not cutting strings, and I'll be able to at least know that these will be a full length set to reuse when the time is that I need another set. Anyway, yeah, going back to video, I very definitely didn't start out with the intention of being liked. Now, what I mean by that is it's nice to be liked. Who doesn't want to be liked and all of that? But it's not my aim. And I've probably explained this a number of times before, but it's always worth laying out again. The purpose of my videos has always been pretty much one thing and one thing only. Well, two things actually. The first thing is that they're there to show prospective customers what I do with the setups. They're not to teach people. They're not I'm not labouring away day and night to be the greatest how-to teacher on YouTube. I don't claim to be, and I don't try to be. They are purely to set out what I've done. Now, the reason for doing that is that it helps to show somebody who's interested in getting their guitar set up what I do, and that gives them either confidence or they totally disagree with my methods and they don't come near, which is absolutely fine, because you don't want to be selling your services to somebody who doesn't think what you do is the right thing. Kind of obvious, right? But Christ, I can't do that, can I? Because it's these and I have to cut them short. Ugh. Sorry, it just means my little clever plan of having strings. If I had a different set of tuners, I'd put them on and save the string length. Okay, look, I'm just going to have to accept this is going to cost us an extra £5. What a shame. So, anyway, yeah. So the purpose of the videos are to give people who are my kind of customer confidence in what I do, and as such, the videos work perfectly well for that. They do exactly what I want them to do, and they've been doing that since I started putting them up online. So when somebody who is used to more snappily edited, funky, clickbaity, whatever, exciting, well-structured, thought-out, scripted videos that don't dilly-dally or don't sort of kind of arse about thinking things through type videos, if they're used to that, then they're going to be disappointed or dissatisfied with my videos, and that's absolutely fine because it's not what they're meant to be about. If I were aiming to be the best guitar channel entertainer, with the biggest audience and make all my money, let's say, from ad revenue and stuff. By the way, there's something coming up here that you can probably tell that this is going to have to be an adjustable nut. You know why? Because this nut isn't tall enough for this type of made in Japan nut slot. So we don't really have a choice. We're going to have to lift it above, which is perfectly fine to do. I'll treat it exactly as any other Telecaster, any other guitar where the nut has to come up taller. Anyway, so the videos are made for a particular person, and I'm not trying to be the other type of entertainer or whatever, popular channel. And it's quite funny because sometimes when somebody comments and comes and tells me how I should be doing something, I'm always quite slightly amazed that it's absolutely fine to have a different view on it, and say, look, I think you're not doing it the best way, and I don't mind someone saying that. But I think I've always held that before you decide that you know better, it would be a good start to ask a question, something like, does it work for you the way you do it at the moment? And is there anything you'd like to not do? In which case you might say, well, okay, you want it to be you want to have 100,000 followers by the end of the year and make $500 a month on ad revenue. Nothing wrong with that. But if that was my ambition, then I totally could accept that maybe, I'm going about that the wrong way. That's not going to happen using this strategy. But the problem is that people very rarely kind of stop to try and find out if that's what I'm aiming to achieve. They kind of assume that there's one way and they just know best, which is kind of a bit depressing. Okay, so there's a couple of things just before we go on. A couple of things I'm noticing. First of all, I'm going to have to put this nut on adjustable basis, because this one is too short for this curved socket thing. The problem is, you could say, well, perhaps a straight one would be taller, but the slot isn't straight, so we can't put a taller straight Fender or Tusk nut in there. This curved nut that's made for a Fender is sitting too low, or the slot is too low for it to work as is. So we're going to have to raise it just slightly. And because it's a curved thing, it's just going to be better to raise it on the shim, on the feet, as I've done with loads of other guitars. But just coming down to this end, let's imagine that we had it where we want. So we'll pretend it's spot on down this end, and we'll put a capo on and say that's how it should be. What we've got is, what's it doing down this end? Well, the first thing I can tell you is that with the action quite low, or the neck not shimmed, we could probably set this up to play, but what we've got is the pickup here is too high. So we'd have to take the scratch plate off, lower the pickup, put the scratch plate back on. We'd then have to drop these down almost to the end of their travel, which kind of leaves them all sticking out, and they're nearly down there. And that's all because what? I'm not going to shim the neck. So we'll make this easier on ourselves by accepting that it needs a shim. Now this shim is probably about right, but it's made of soft cardboard. So I'm going to just measure it and see what it is, because I know what materials I've got available and I know how they compare in terms of sizes. This will be about 0.4, right? Okay, 0.4. And I've got various shims and metals around the place of different thicknesses. So let's see what I've got. So we've got tin here, which is always a good one. That's a 0.2, which would be a bit on the tin side for this. We've got some copper, which is about 0.7. It's too much. Let's remind myself what the tin is. The tin is 0.2. What did I say that was? 0.4. So we could do 2 bits of tin, 0.36, 0.25. Two bits of tin would take it higher than it was, slightly higher than it was, but these would come up a fair bit more. That's probably our best bet. Now again, the problem is with this is exactly what I would use the double-sided tape for, which is somewhat depressing. You don't have to have it, but I'd rather have it so it doesn't move. It won't move once we put it flat down in there, so I can't really do anything about it just now. So there's where have the tin snips gone? Here they are. There is my double-sided tape. My accursed double-sided tape. Stay there. Okay, so I am going to use 2 bits of tin, which are going to be a little bit higher than the previous shim, which was made of paper, mushy paper. Okay, so now we have the challenge of getting that done whilst taking the neck off with the strings still on and so on and so on, which is a bit of a fiddle. So it's not the end of the world. We just undo the bolts. And we'll take everything out to begin with, so that we aren't sort of having things drop out while I'm trying to move them around. Okay, keep that one there. Right, so because we slack the strings off, nothing's going to move. We can lift up the neck. Now I'm going to put my 2 little bits of tin right in the back of the the heel pocket, neck pocket, and drop this back down on it. Now I'm holding everything in place again and keeping everything where I want it to be. And I'm going to then refit the neck and the screws, the neck plate I should say, and the screws, and then we'll go in. Bottom right, top left, bottom left, top right. Okay. What I'll do is, when I'm happy, I would probably aim to tighten that up a little bit more by hand. Okay, so now I've got playing height, which is now coming up. We're lifting it above the pickup, the neck pickup. However, we still are in a situation where I might say I want greater clearance than that. So 1.5 just about now. Now remember I said that 1.5 on a 1.5 millimeters on a 7.5 inch radius is hopeful. That's a kind of action that I would aim or think I might be able to get on a 9.5 or 12 and above. But on a 7.25, you just cannot have my target usual low action. So I'm basically, just by eye, I'm bringing up all the saddles into a fairly tight radius with all of the strings being a little up and then a little down from each other on the other side. I'm trying to sort of roughly match up the two E's. Then after that I'll pay more attention to, just put a bit more tension in it. Okay, now I've got some tension in it, I can now check the strings one by one. So we've got 1.2 there. Again, probably a little bit too low for a 7.25 inch radius. So I'm going to go up to 1.5. 1.5. And then I'll sort of work down and probably end up at about just under 2 down at the other end. So this, what I'm looking at now, is that this amount of shimming ends up with me being able to put the right action in at this end, but also with not much sticking out here to get in the way of your hands, your palm, because when you have all those things sticking in your hands, it's a bit unpleasant. So you could probably get away with it on half the shim. But it feels probably a little bit better on the two pieces rather than just the one. So what I'm doing now is I'm just bringing these up somewhat. And then I'll go backwards across there. So that's sitting at just about 2. So we'll go with, well, now let's push it. I mean, we won't necessarily be able to get it. Let's push it to the 1.5 and we back off if we can't get anywhere near that. But it's, you know, it's ambitious for a 7.25. So that's just over 1.5. That would be, you know, quite a target on any sort of guitar. That's just under 1.5. I'm going to go up a little bit. Just on 1.5, just on 1.5. Come down a little bit now on this. Okay, 1.2, a bit under. 1.2. That'd be about it. Okay, so I can still hear, even with that higher action, we're too low on the nut, so it's going to have to be a thingamajigable, adjustable nut. So what I'll do is I'll just take these strings out for now, get them out from under the string trees, and we'll take the nut out. And I'll go across and drill the holes in the nut to get it into adjustable mode. It's a very simple process in a way, but it's quite elegant. So I will need this thing. I will need a 1.5mm drill bit, which should be over there, and I will need to mark the start points for my grub screws, which will be there, and there. And I'm going to make a mark. What am I going to do it with? Do it with those. Does it work? Yes, it does. This bit here, getting a first mark into the tusk is really critical, because if you don't get this in the right place to begin with, what happens is the risk that the hole drilling that you drill goes off to one side and it never quite works. It means that it's a risk that the drill hole exits slightly at a slant out the other side and it's not quite lined up. So I take a bit of time using a drill and using one of these little spiky bits just to get this started, and then I go to the pillar drill. So please be patient with me. So line this up in the thingy. Put this in here. Meanwhile, I'm going to find where the 1.5mm drill bit is. Oh, it's already in there from the last one I did. That's good. Be ready to do this one. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to make a start hole in this. The top of that. It's on a slope, you see, which is why I'm taking great care to get the hole started properly. And that's the challenge. It's because you're drilling a hole into a slope. You have to have it on a slope. You can't do the flat underside because you can't rest it on the slope. So what I find is, starting with this little dig with that wood bit over there to make the kind of start of the hole, and a little bit of countersink gives me just enough impression to get the drill bit running. So I won't show you this up close, I'll just do it over here. Right, get the other little bits in there. So that's drilled the holes and they've come out in the right place, which is good news. So we're going to get a couple of little grub screws ready and a little tiny hex key. So as to why the nut is lower, or the slot doesn't, it could be because of it's just a non-original or a non-standard thing from the era. Who knows? But it's not matched up with a modern strap designed nut like this Tusk one is. So the only alternatives we've got is to try to custom make one, which actually becomes pretty difficult to custom make one with the radius to exactly fit this curve. We could cut out the curve and turn it flat, which is another nightmare in itself, and it's making the guitar non-original. So I would rather solve the problem with an adjustable nut, which will give us that little bit of raise. You could shim, I suppose. You could put some piece of bendy plastic in there and glue it down to lift it up just enough. But the point is, if you did that, you would, if you were lucky and you managed to get it up to the right level, that would be great. But you would then still have to cut the nut slots down. With this, at least the good thing is, once we've got this raised to the right level, then we're using the factory made slots and we're not having to cut into the slots, which is one of the things I really like to try and do with the Tusk nut, because the factory made slots are smooth and our homemade slots aren't as smooth. No, they're pretty good, they work, but just, it's like if you've got something that's made in a mold in the factory which is beautifully smooth, why go and spoil it by shoving a big ragged file into it? Seriously now, why? So anyway, so what I've got now is I've got the grub screws, counter drill. No, what's the word? Tapped. Now I've got this thing to keep the desk clean, and it's not the best device in the world because you can't see small components on it. But there we are. Okay, so now what I've got is I've got these grub screws, which I'm going to, by hand at the moment, flatten out a little bit. And the reason for this is I want them. No, I shouldn't have done that one. I still need to. No, sonny boy. Okay, I'm going to do this with two of them. Anyway, I'm going to flatten them out. What I actually meant to do before I flattened them was to use them once in the pointed mode, and I'll use another two for that. Because what I want to do is, before I fit the nut, I just want to tap down with pointed grub screws onto the slot so that I can see where these feet will sit. Because one thing I want to do with these little grub screws is give them a tiny depression in the nut slot, so that the this is so hard to see. I put this thing down. It is nigh on invisible. I want them to not move. I don't want the nut not to have any temptation to move, and this is a good way of making sure that happens. So first of all, I'm going to put in pointy-ended grub screws, which are called cone point, and that's what I've got in my little collection here. And I'm going to put those so that they stick out past the bottom of the nut, and so that they will stick out into the curve of the what's it. It doesn't have to be a mile, but just far enough to be sure they're going to hit the wood, the rosewood. So what I then do is I'm going to support that. I'm going to put this into here like this, and right now it's a little bit tricky because I've got these strings kind of getting in the way of things, but let's use the strings to get them out of the way. So I'll just get the strings to hold the nut where it needs to be. Now, at the moment it's sticking up too high, so it's going to look a bit odd. Would you please get over there and do what you're told? Okay, so this is the nut in place but too high. The alignment is pretty good. Feels about right there and there. Yep. Okay, so all I need to do now is just to tap this down fractionally. Somewhere I put my little hammer. Okay. Right. pointing days. Okay. So I'm just going to, with the nylon end, I'm going to tap there and tap there, and then remove the strings and remove the nut. So this should have made a couple of little marks in the rosewood of the curved nut slot. Thanks. That's what you have to watch out for. Okay, so there's, I can see the two little marks. I can just press those a bit more to locate them. And then what I do is I get a very fine 1.5 millimeter drill bit, followed by a 2.5 one. And with both of them, I just gently kind of hand turn the bit in there to make a little dent, and you literally are just hand turning just to deepen that little dent that we made with the pointy thing. And then once I've made a little bit of a dent, I can go to the next one and just hand turn it around that little crater too. Now that has made us the two little recesses that will hold my oh God, this is amazing how invisible this is. That will hold, there it is, hold my nut in place, but I'll take out the pointy nosed grub screws, put in the flat bottom ones again. So this lot's, it might seem like a lot of fiddle, but what you get is you get a nut that you can set to the perfect action. And actually, some people say, well, how common is it that a customer wants to adjust it? And the truth is, probably not that common, but it gives you the opportunity to if you need to. But it gives you a chance to tweak it to get the height of action that you prefer at the nut. And that nice thing about that is it can be anything more than nothing. And if you like the way it plays with practically no action height at the first fret, and that suits you, and it makes it light enough for the way you like to play, then why not have it that way? There's no rule saying you can't. Okay, so here's the everything in its place, and what I'm going to do now is just put some load on. When you put an adjustable nut on, load the middle, the D and the G first, to kind of ground or seat the nut in its place, and then add some tension to the others. And then what we're looking for at that point is a note from a tuning fork or some such. Now, you'll notice straight away that the way I've put it in, with the grub screws sticking up very slightly, it's already got a bit of height to it, and it's working just about as I'd like it. So that's a pretty good result straight off. Aha. Right, let's put these grub screwy things away. We'll need to keep out the mini hex key. That's going to go with the guitar. Now it's got an adjustable nut. The buttons in their various places. That one away. Okay. So the next part of this will be sometimes when you do a refret, sometimes you can, if you feel like it, or if you get a sense that it needs it, you can start by giving the frets a radius block level before you do anything else. So that would be a case of before the strings are on, just marking up the frets and running over the whole lot with a radius, a 7.25 radius block, and that would basically, with the neck flat, that would take all the high spots off. So that's where you get caught out with the tight radius. It's very difficult to get low bends. So we started off ultra low. Remember, I'm not expecting it to play at this action, nor am I expecting to be able to fret level it into submission at this action. I'm quite prepared. I fully expect to raise it higher. Okay, so I'm just going to chuck some black marker pen on here now. And this is going to be the guide marker for the leveling process. And what I'm aiming to do is, even though I've set this below an action level that I expect to be able to make a 7 1/4 play at, there's no doubt about it, this is too low for a 7 1/4. I'm going to start by aiming for that, see how close we can get. And if we have to, I'll go up a little bit, which is what I fully expect to do for a 7.25. It's, as I said way back at the beginning, it is purely a constraint of the tight radius. You simply can't make it play low the way others can, other radii can play, and that's because of the geometry of the curve that we're dealing with. It's very tight. Snap, crackle, and pop exhaust. Okay. So basically, when we come back to the setup part of things, we go as we mean to go on, which is to get this broadly in tune again, just to make sure, just for the loading on the strings more than anything at this point. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we'll just check a couple of things. We know that the action down here is sort of where I want it. In fact, I can just sort of eyeball it a little bit. We're a bit high on the this one here, whatever it's called, the D. A little bit high on the D. Let's got it back in order, and the G fraction up 2. Oops, that's the B. Sorry. I mean, it will. You have to sort of recognise there is a curvature of the action down here, because you're mapping the 7.25. Right. Now, we're not bothered about the intonation right now. What I'm concerned about, I'm going to check, is the relief on the neck. And there's very little. It's quite flat as it stands. I think I'm going to, well, I can't, I'm going to put some, I'm not going to do anything. I can't do anything with it until I take this darn thing off. So I think with the action, we probably want to drop the, we are going to want to drop the, what's that thing called? Neck pickup down a fraction. And so we're going to need to do that and combine it with making an adjustment to the tiny adjustment and slacking adjustment to the truss rod. But you can imagine it's an absolute faff to do it now. So we can get on with the leveling work now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the rod, 400 grit, very light sandpaper, really, relatively speaking. I'm just going to do the normal thing with this. We're going to put the little markers on. Remember, as I said, all the actions here are too low, and we know that at the moment. But I'm going to see what the best we can do with it, and if we can get anywhere close to it, then go up a tiny bit. We've got a nice, clear playing action. If we can't, there's no shame, because it's a 7.25, and comes with its own constraints, as I've mentioned. I could draw them out on the whiteboard. It's quite an interesting thing. I'd never thought of it this way before. I came to do this, about the three-dimensional nature of the challenge when you're bending strings uphill on a tight curve, or tight radius, I should say. Okay, so one thing, as I've said before, is that I've learned over time to trust very well what this truss rod is telling me about frets. So it's telling me where the high ones are and where the low ones are. And actually at the moment it's fairly even all round. There are a couple of low ones relatively, but nothing major. So I'm kind of going to just let it do its thing under gravity for a little bit in the E track, as I would call it. And then I'll check the notes individually at this point. And I'm looking obviously for them all to play. Tiny bit there. There's one slightly high fret, and I can see it. It's standing up there. Now that, for all I know, that could have been one of the fret ends that doesn't sit quite the way I want it to. So I'll just basically use this tool to stomp on it a little bit more, just to get it into submission. Now remember, I said this is a very low action, so if we can so much as get it playing at this action, then we're doing well. There's nothing to be ashamed of. If we couldn't, yeah, that one compared to that one feels low and that one feels high next to it. So it's this one here. I'll just again add a little bit more attention. What I mean by attention at this point is I'm just going to lean down on this a little bit, just to bottom out these little group of frets so that they're all kind of closer to each other. Now that means what it's doing is it's basically saying if one fret is low compared to the others, then that fret is the one that dictates what's going on. So now I don't expect these bends to work once we get past this. But yeah, we've got a low fret here, and the ones afterwards feel slightly high in comparison to it. Now I can't see it, it's not even visible, but it is there. And so just to get it to where I want, I'll just pay it a little bit more attention one more time, and then I'll move on. Again, I am on the 1.5 action, which is extremely low for a 7.25 radius, so I'm not at all unhappy if I can't get this to sing out on this action. We really couldn't expect it to. Let's just double check this. Yeah, we literally, well, that is about 1.3. That is, we wouldn't expect that to play. But since it's so good, I'm going to give it one more go just down here. I think we'll be there on this one. So what I'm working on here is what I call the E track, and it's the sort of space either side and including where the E string sits. So the E string will move backwards and forwards depending on how you use vibrato and so on. Now I'm going to move straight onto the B track using the same calibration. I'll recalibrate after this one. Again, looking at what it's telling me. Low fret here. I'm not sure it's going to cause any problems. Now the thing about this leveling process is mean, I know it for sure because of the low radius, sorry, the tight radius. I know that notes are will struggle to bend on a 7.25. But they're now clearing the B track, and they're just now choking out on the G track, which is great. So if we can just do a little bit more on the B, and then move across and focus on the G, I think we could not only have this playing at this action, but we can also get the bends freed up on this action as well, which will be unusually low for a 7.25. I keep making that point because I think it's got to be realistic about this. It took me a while to figure it out. I used to chase the sort of ultra low action even on a 7.25 radius, and for a while I couldn't understand why it was so hard to get them to play. That's good. Right, I'm going to recalibrate for the G, and then we'll keep going. So this is feeling good at the moment. This is the test now, whether we can get the G sorted out enough to free up those bends across from the E. Which I'll be very kind of impressed if we do at this set action. So there we are, the legendary G track, which is going to present the problems on a tight radius. So it's kind of across here into the G track that we need those frets to be nice and level as possible if we're going to sustain those high E bends all the way across. And this is where we'll get to here. It's running out there. We get nearly a tone. I'll do a little bit more in the G, but I'm not going to chase it at this set low action. I will go up a fraction instead and reclaim the bend that way back to the kind of height or the playing action that we should more realistically expect of a 7.25. But I don't mind giving it its best go to get it there in the first place. It's always an exciting challenge to do that. And I think I'll call that it for the leveling on the G. Yeah, see that, defeated by the curve. Same thing going the other way. That's going uphill to an anchor point that's uphill, but it's coming from down here, so this fret cuts it off because it's lower. Oh yeah. So just out of interest, let's take the E, make the E a fraction higher, to see where we have to go to free up that bend. So that's playing at 1.5. And that's a bit lower, so we'll go up to this one as well. Five. Yeah. Ooh, look at those fingers. Okay, so that's the constraints of the 7.25 radius playing out there, as you can see. We're about on the mark there. That's it. So we can have another go at leveling in a minute, but we'll get finished. Feels nice to play. Yeah, I mean, it's funny part is it always looks like you've taken more material than you have. It's and I always chicken out too soon, so I'm going to have a look at it, have a play of it with my dirty fingers, and then decide whether I want to give it one more go at the leveling or call it quits. So. So this part of the leveling now is not so much about the bends, because obviously the bends can't reach over to this side of the hill. You certainly can't go down this side of the hill. You wouldn't have any clearance at all. But this part is about clearing up that little bit of fret slap that we had, the kind of fuzzy sound. So it's really done it. A little bit there. A little bit more. Yeah, so we're getting there. But yeah, it's always a lot less severe than it looks. By the time we've recrowned it and polished it out, it'll look brand new. You won't know that it's been levelled. Okay, I'll go on to the A now. A now. Don't dream it's over. Oh, yeah, who was that? Crowded House. Hey now, hey now. Don't dream it's over. Are you even allowed to sing anything on videos anymore? Who knows? Okay, so remember, this is the cleaning up the fret slap part of the operation now on the low strings. So I'm just kind of letting this more ideal curve on the rod kind of pick up the scrappy, uneven parts of the seabed, as I called it, and just create a bit more room for the strings to move in. Hey now, hey now. Quite good. Don't dream it's over. Hey now, hey now. Da 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 da. Yeah, Mars, man, Mars. God, isn't that fantastic? That the thing I noticed about that Mars thing. I mean, we've had fabulous rovers there for a number of years, and they've been doing amazing, sending incredible imagery that, because we get sort of used to, I think people stop looking out for it. Plus the fact that actually NASA's websites are pretty crappy when it comes to finding. I think they're pretty badly designed when it comes to making easily available, the kind of material, the good quality pictures that you'd want to see. You seem to have a really, I don't know, they're almost like they're 1990s style websites, which they probably are. Anyway, but it's a bit hard to find the images. But I think we get kind of used to it and stop marveling at it. But I just find it absolutely incredible. But after all of that footage from the various rovers, Spirit and Opportunity and Sojourner and all the ones, the amazing thing is that video that we saw this week of the jets blowing down at the sand of the skylift thing working, I think, apart from Dust Devils in a sort of stop motion from one of the other rovers, earlier rovers, I think this is the first time, certainly the first time I've ever seen actual video footage from Mars. And for me, that was just the mind-blowing first kind of moment, first experience. To me, that suddenly makes it real when you're actually watching video, not just stills. It's like I almost want to see the first rock moving, with the arm. And I hope that NASA does manages to take some more video so we can actually see video, not just stills. Something about it makes it completely real. So while I'm at it, I might as well just broadly check the intonation, because it might as well have it somewhere close to where it should be. We can tweak it right at the end when I put the final strings on, but right now it's obviously a ton off the mark, and so let's get it somewhere nearby. So of course, this is never a good thing, because you have to then sort of support the thing, stop the thing hitting the thing. Yikes, mega short. So here we go. I'll need a different screwdriver. Where's it gone? Where's it gone, everybody? My bug. Yep, okay. So that was way too sharp. Short, sharp, short, sharp. Getting there. Almost there. I need to get a different screwdriver, because this one doesn't quite fit, too big. I think we're going to be quite close to the edge here. I would say that's close to where it's going to be. What it means is, just to get it to where it's got to be, I'm going to have to take all of these little chappies way back as well. So let me just do that. That means detuning to loosen the strings off quite a bit. And I make my way to where they need to be. It makes this adjustment a little bit tricky. Okay, used it there. Okay, let's do it up again. Oh, don't forget this. Put that there, put that there. Yeah, pretty good. Right. Okay, that's good. That's that part sorted out. So having got to this stage, we now know where we are, what we can do, what's possible. We've got the intonation set with the guitar shimmed slightly. The balance is a little bit more room on the high E string on the low E, which I think is a better way to have it. And I would be tempted to leave it like that. The action is appropriate for the for this kind of radius guitar. Not quite as low as a 12-inch or 9.5-inch radius, but that's the way it is. And I would go for a tiny adjustment on the truss rod once we take this off to take that down, blah, blah, blah. The problem with this heel arrangement, or heel-sighted truss rod, is you don't really have any, you can't do it under load, so you're really guessing. That's all you can do. Now, as I said, I'm not going to carry on, I don't think I'm going to carry on trying to level this any further. Yeah, that's as low as we're going to get it for a 7.25. I mean, the only thing. The only thing I'll do, I'm going to give one more go in the G track, just to see if I can ease off that bend on the high E there. But that's about the limits of what we can do really on this radius. So, and what I'll then do is take the strings off. We'll take the neck off. We'll do the pickup height. We'll put it all back together again, and then I'll do the crowning and polishing out business. Okay, so a little bit more on the G track, and that will be it then. So this is just so I can say I didn't wimp out too early, as I often want to. So here I'm just going to try and sort of focus on this end of things in the G track. See if I can just clear that last little bit up to make those high E bends get in there. And you know, that's as far as I'm going to do it. So a lot of this ends up being touchy and feely. Actually, that's in the D track. So let's just tweak the D track one more time. But yeah, you know, we can only go so far with 7.25. Okay, that'll be it. That'll be all I'm doing. Yeah, there we have it. Okay, strings off. I'll keep these for future use. When you're taking the strings off with an adjustable nut, take the outside inwards first when you're taking them off, just so that you don't end up firing the nut across the room like I did a bit earlier on. So leave the middle two on till last, and then take them off, and then when restringing, put the middle two on first. First on, last off, sort of thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go off camera now, because it's Friday night and I want to make a cup of tea, and I'm going to, I'll do one thing on camera. What I'll do is I'll just, crown these frets with the fret crowning tool. And then after that, I'll go off, switch cameras off, and I will take the neck off briefly. Well, yeah, take the neck. Will I take the neck off? Yeah, I think I'll have to get to that adjuster. I'll take the scratch plate, lift the scratch plate up. I will screw down this a little bit further because it's too close to the strings, and I will do a few little things like that. Then I will adjust the truss rod a little bit. Then I will tape up the neck, polish it all out, and have it done, basically ready to restring with the final strings, which will be another set of strings. These will be kept for sacrificial purposes. Now I seem to be, it's a bit untidy everywhere, so because of that I have now misplaced my brass brush. I found it, which is good for cleaning this file out. So I'm just re-crowning the top of the frets that I've levelled, so that everything's nice and rounded and it's not flat on top. So my own verdict on the refret is not bad. you know, it's not an immediate just get up and play, which I'd say the vast majority aren't. But it's not a lot of hard work required. No notes didn't play, which is the same as saying all notes did play. And it was really, the levelling was about getting to those high bends on a fairly low action for this radius of neck. And also currently with a very flat, quite a flat relief curve on the neck as well, which we might want to just deepen very slightly. It is very flat for a 7.25 inch radius tele. So you can see I'm not really having to spend too long here. A couple of frets need more than a couple of passes, but that's it. Okay, very good. All right, so that's that bit done. I shall get off and do all this stuff, get a clean up as well. Yeah, so the sort of hard work is done in a way. It's a bit of kind of aerobic donkey work now, if that's the right word, just to get it all polished out. And I'll end up with a Dremel polish at the end with some Autosol to give it the final fret shines. Then what I said I'll do is I'll probably do the what I might do is I might go take it home and do the edge touch-ups at home. That means I'll take the strings, take the new strings with me and fit them at home. Okay, so I think, and if I do that, then you won't get to see it in its final glory. Well, I'll do it at home and I'll bring it back here to put the strings on. How about that? Compromise. All right, so I'm going to switch all these off now. See you later on as we're ready to restring, and the edge of the fingerboard will be re-shined up. Yep. So here we have it, the made in Japan Strat. Just put some oil on the fingerboard. I'm just sort of going to rub it in a little bit more. Make sure there's no excess sitting up when we put the strings on. You don't need excess oil. Okay, so last night I took this home, and yesterday and today I've refinished the edge of the fingerboard with poly, and it's quite a nice effect to do that. You can get it kind of covered up nicely from where the put that on there. Let's go with the middle two first. Remember, middle two on first, and the rest afterwards. I suppose I have to put them all in anyway, but remember to load up the middle two first. Onto the nut. Anyway, so tonight it's Saturday night, and I'm going to complete this one for David, and so it will have a chance to sit for a day, and I can double check it with a view to sending it out on Monday. I'm missing these all together. What the hell am I doing? So that's this one, and then also tonight I'll do Pete's Court, classic Telecaster Court. So it's sort of a telly night. You might say, what's good, what's on Saturday night? And you just say, telly. Stayed in, fiddled with the telly, or two. And that's what I did. Yeah, so I'm hoping to get two done, or this one finished and the Court done tonight as well. So if I do that, if I'm good, then maybe I'll have tomorrow off. Hang out at home and not do any hard work. Maybe. Right, so I'm just going to hang these two off to the side and go for the two Midlands. Get my side cutters. So with these here, whatchamacallits, these types of tuners, split post tuners, I go about 1.5 inches past the mark to wind that much on, which is pretty good. So this will then just sit down on this nut. Okay, and then we'll do the G as well. So you have to line it up, make sure you're lining up to the right post, run it past 1.5 inches, cut it. In the past I've lined it up to the wrong hole, wrong post, cut what I thought was the correct length, and then found myself with too short. But hopefully, if I'm not on autopilot and I'm thinking straight, then I won't make that mistake today. E to E, combat. Right, there we go. So this is the new set of strings on top of the ones we used for the sacrificial ones. A bit of an expensive little thing there, but such is the way. Yesterday, in response to that, I went to Thomann and I bought a ton of 9s and 10s at Thomann just for sacrificial string purposes. It's too expensive to be caught without sacrificial strings, and it doesn't make any sense at all. So I went and spent about 35 quid on sacrificial strings, and it just makes sense to have a load of spares sitting around. If you could sensibly buy top E's by the 100 for a reasonable price, it's probably worth doing that, but I don't think you really can anymore. Okay, so here we are. We're pretty much at where we need to be with this. There's not an awful lot left to do other than stretch these strings out and be ready to put it in the bag, collect up all the spare parts that can go back with it. So first thing I'm going to do is just lift up and we lost it. That was good. I covered up the dent up here where the thumb used to be, so that's nice too. Fill that in with white on poly. Just built it up with the brush basically over a few goes. Built up enough to be able to sand it back nicely and go from there. Sorry. Got rats in the attic. Close, 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 close. So I'm going to do the stretchy out business now. Thumb and forefinger. I've said this on every video for the longest while. If you want your guitars to stay in tune and play in tune and stay in tune, then you really have to do this. You've got to keep stretching them until there's no slack, no detuning happens, and that's when you get to that stage, you are done and your guitar will more or less play in tune. You might need to do one tiny tuning before you start playing, but you'll find that you can then just play for hours without hardly anything needing to be tuned. But even if you do, what's beautiful is because it's this nice fresh factory slots in the tusk nut, you'll find that it goes back into tune very quickly and positively. Okay, so I did the first one. Now we're going to do the second one. Looking at the balance on this, given the way this neck is currently sitting snugly against the long edge of the pocket, my first consideration is if there's a tiny bit of imbalance, I assess not just how it looks, but what's it actually doing. And in this case, the long edge or the neck heel is tightly up against the long edge, and that ends up with the balance sitting as it is. Now, we could afford, I think, about 0.5 millimeter that way, but I'm not going to do it because that would cause me to have to push this edge out, which would break the contact there, and I'd rather have the heel against the long side of the pocket than to just gain an extra 0.5 millimeter down there. For what would be essentially aesthetic purposes, really, more than anything else. So I'm just looking to stretch out the last bit. I'm looking at the headstock on this, and I'm looking at the angle of the G going over this nut, and it's marginal. It's the type of situation where you look at it and you go, I might be convinced that a second string tree would be better. Now, the original guitar doesn't have one fitted, so what I would do is I would check with Daniel about this, but I think we'll leave it at 1 because that's the original setup. It's playing okay, there's not any deadening of the sound, so I'll keep it original, but so you can see most of that is now stretched out. Is there a creature up there? Might be a mouse or something, or some flies. It's probably going to be a whole lot of flies hatching out. It's what you tend to find in warehouse buildings like this, he said, like he knows that. So I'm just giving it a sort of final good tug to pull out any slack. Now I've got to be careful because this is where you risk breaking the high E. Good. Check the heights. So dragging those E's right the way across there might be a bit much of a bend. But where are we at? See, we're only at pretty much the standard height. So we're a bit low on the E's. That's what I got the feeling as I did that. We want approximately 2 if we're going to accept this situation which says we can't have the standard Relove Guitars ultra low setup on this because of the geometry, the limiting geometry. of the radius, which is an actual fact of life here. There we are. Okay, that is about where I'm at, ladies and gentlemen. The one thing I might do a tiny bit of is just take off or round off the edge of this nut very slightly. I mean, technically, I could do it by taking it off. It's probably a better way to do it, although we'll have to stretch the strings out a little bit more. What's good is if when you do this, if you see the tiny bit of black at the edge of the front edge of the nut slot, that kind of, it tells you that the string is launching off the front part of the nut, which is exactly what we want. So I'm happy with that. This might feel like it's actually stuck in place because I put the whatever that stuff's called finish in there. Come on. Yeah, right. Miles away down on the floor. Okay, so it's actually could do with just scraping that back. So what I'll do is I'll just round off the front edges of the nut here so that they're not sharp. Feel. And this end too. Rounding it off. Okay, it's a nice rounding. Let's just take off this poly that's gone inside there. That's fine. Everything sit where it should. And there. Sit, lovely. So when you've taken the strings off, or slackened them off, you need to give them a sort of pull back to get them seated again, just to take up sort of looseness that you've put back in in the way they sit on the posts. Okay. Okay, it's good. Suppose what we need to do now is just plug it in for a second, just check it out. No virtuosity, but just a sound check to make sure it's working. It's a working. Right. Roll out the amplifier. We'll have an amplifier of fun. Roll out the amplifier. Straps safely on. Don't trust them further than I can throw them. What I should have, could do, which is probably just as well, is let us go tune our output. Input. Input to there. Output to the guitar. I keep thinking, where's that going to go? That way. Volume down, power on. Let's have tuner on. Okay, let's take this down a fraction. Where did I put it? Let's have a look what we've got in terms of relief. Yeah, that's about right. Got a lot of, it's got a very glassy bridge. pickup, and it really cuts through. So you get to use your tone knob, which you don't often do on many guitars. Somebody else's tunes, you get in trouble, man. Yes, you can sort of get it out of there. That's good, we'll do a bit more of that. It's a good tester piece, that one. I wonder if he pulls that face when he does that. Like that. That one. So that's a good bendy one to mess up your strings and get all the stretch out of them. booster is this? What's up in the roof, man? can't do it. Okay, well. Okay, I'm happy with it. She's working good. I think that's actually quite well balanced as well. Playing from that thing the end of Echoes in Pompeii, Pink Floyd played. That's the Echoes itself, but they play them. Yes, that one. I played that. I remember playing that once on a cliff top in Trinidad. I think I was very, very stoned at the time, and but I was on my own on this place, this cliff top house in Trinidad, in a place called, well, it's near Toco, but place, I think it's called Rampanalgas, and yeah, I was very, very stoned at the time, and I acquired some local ganja. I don't know if we're allowed to say that. Sorry. References of, you know what. Anyway, I pleasantly relaxed and had my guitar and I stood on the top of that cliff, and it was on the Atlantic side, right down south in the Caribbean, but that coast was facing the Atlantic side, so I stood there with this sun going down and this beautiful sort of luminous pink sky coming in off the sea. The air, it was almost glowing air. And I played that, and of course that tune goes on forever and ever when Dave Gilmour sings this sort of vocal melody thing over the top of it. And it just goes round and round and round. And that's the good thing about it. It just keeps on going. You can sort of build it up and put more into it each time it comes round. Okay, well, there you go. That was my live in Pompeii moment. Clean the strings, got the strings out of place. Okay, that's it. That's done. Telecaster done. I will now collect together the leftover things to make sure I've got everything that needs to go back. So we've got leftover control plate, we've got leftover knobs, screws, actually new screws but leftover knobs, old plate, pickups here, like that. That will just fit. Oh, look at that. Everything fit and finish. Okay, coolio. Now what we can do then is put a bit of tape around so it stays in one piece. That's it. So, David, thank you for sending this over to me. I enjoyed very much refreshing her, and hopefully he'll have many more years of great life playing this babe. Still to come. Okay. Goes off, puts it in the bag. He's going back home.